All right, I think this is working. It's always a fun challenge with me to see if I can get these live streams running. It says sending data, looks good. I'm just gonna do a quick double check, make sure everything is looking okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me. There should be a little bit of background music, hopefully not too much. Okay, let me explain what we're doing today. This one's gonna be fun. All right, yeah, it says it's live. Okay. So this is it's like a little challenge that I kind of came up with, actually sort of somewhat of a hybrid of suggestion of someone who's helping me with my social media, and kind of like a collaboration in terms of coming up with this concept. And I've kind of tried this once offline, but this is my first like dry run of doing this on a live stream. And so we're calling this episode 0. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to use Geoguessr to pick a random location somewhere on Earth. We're going to play kind of a round of the game. And I'll kind of explain how that works if you're not familiar with Geoguessr. And then after I do that, so after I run the Geoguessr, then I'm going to actually digitally recreate that location using Blender based on real world data. All right, so it sounds complicated. My goal is going to be to do it in 2 hours. So we're going to take about 10 minutes to do the Geoguessr game. Then we're going to pick a location, and then we're going to actually do the entire thing, hopefully within the 2 hours. I think I'm going to take a break after an hour, kind of reassess, put the stream on pause, come up with the game plan, and then I'll finish the second half. So it may be a little bit longer than, 2 hours and change, but overall I'm trying to give myself, basically 2 hours to recreate the scene. So if you're new to the stream, my name is Scoble. I'm a digital artist. I specialize in recreating real world locations using remote sensing data, kind of as 3D art. And normally this takes me quite a long time to do. I use Unreal Engine or Blender, and sometimes weeks or months I'll take to sort of recreate a scene. Now, for this, I want to try to do it in 2 hours, so it's a huge challenge. Obviously know that quality-wise, this is not going to be what I'm kind of used to doing, but I think it's a good challenge. It's kind of a chance for me to see, how quickly I can work, test my skills, and yeah, we're gonna give it a shot. So basically, the way that the game is going to work, and this is going to be again a trial run, so this is kind of open to changing, is we'll play a game of Geoguessr. This is a game I played just right before this as a test. If you're new to Geoguessr, it's going to give me a random location on the map. It's going to be a Google Street View location, and it's going to be basically the game that I'm playing is I can't move. So I'm in a specific location. I can move and pan around. I can zoom in. I can kind of look around the scene, but I can't move, around on Street View. There's a couple different modes. My goal is to guess, without obviously Googling or anything like that, where we are on Earth. And based on where we are, how close I am, I get points. So this last one I got, 5 guesses. This how long it took me down here in the bottom, how many kilometers I was away, and then the points. And the points I think is just calculated based on the kilometers away. I don't think there's anything special to that. So what we'll do is we'll do a location, and we're going to do 5, it's a random 5. Geoguessr has different game types, like there's cool locations, there's kind of rural locations, different countries, but we're just going to do the random one across the whole map. I'll do the locations, and then what I'm going to do is I've actually been thinking about how I want to do this, and I've tested a bunch of locations. What happens is sometimes, like, there are just locations that are so incredibly hard to recreate. It's like a shopping mall parking lot. It's not that that's hard. It's like super boring or uninteresting. Sometimes it's like a crazy busy street that would just take too long to recreate. Sometimes it's just like a field in the middle of nowhere. I generally am going to try to just use the random and pick whatever I get, but I'm going to give myself 1 veto. So if I do the random spin, 1 veto, if I don't like the location, gives me a chance to sort of back out and be like, okay, I don't think that's the right one to do. Might change that later, but for now, to give myself a little bit less anxiety over which one I'm doing, we're going to do the random location, 1 veto. Now, the way I'm going to do the actual spin is using this wheel of names. And what's really cool about this wheel of names is there's weighting. So right now they're all weighted at 1. but so probability of 20%. But when I do GeoGuessr, the way I'm going to do this is based on the amount of points I get is the weighting for the randomness. So in this location, you know, we can just kind of round this up and say like, you know, we've got 100% chance, you know, 100% on the wheel. You know, this will be, shoot, I'm just realizing now I can't. Yeah, so I'll just add, I think I can just add the points. So I'll say like this will be 36, 34, 39, 22, and 7. I'll round to like the closest number. And then we'll put these in here as the weighting. I think that this should work. Like if I go 29 and then I go 22, you know, yeah, I can put it in any number and then it calculates the probability for me. So that will mean that the closer I am to the location, the more likely I am to pick it, which gives me a little bit of incentive to be accurate. And yeah, it makes the actual game a little bit of fun. In the future, I'm going to include probably like, we'll figure out a bunch of stuff, like, you know, having some participation from the audience on picking the location, you know, maybe some different themes for the actual recreations. My goal to start is just to kind of create as close to realistic of the scene as I can, but we may change this and do one where, you know, certain style, certain weather, certain whatever. We're going to get crazy with this, but for now, we're going to keep it simple. So if you're in the chat, say hi, drop a note. I'm going to not look at the screen while I'm doing the GeoGuessr. I don't think, you know, maybe we'll do that in the future, let you guys kind of jump in and guess with me, and then, you know, we'll work on it together. I guess if, you know what, let's say that if you guys come up with it or someone has a location, you can drop in the chat if I see it and you're quick enough. I don't know what the delay is on these things, but you can go nuts. Okay, so that's it. So step 1, play a game of GeoGuessr. Step 2, calculate the randomness with all the points. Pick a random location with the one veto. Ideally, then pick that location, say, okay, that's the one we're going to render. We'll bring in a Google Street View on the screen so you guys can see it. And then I'm just going to start recreating it using my technique, and I'll kind of talk you through it as I go, depending on how stressed I am. I will say 60 minutes will be, 2 hours will be the time limit. And we're going to see what happens. So here we go. Coffee school. Okay. So here's GeoGuessr. So this was the results. Just to kind of show you guys how this works. I think I'll go back to the beginning. We're doing a classic map, so we have all sorts of locations here. Famous places, Canada. We can go into more maps. We can pick anything, you know, a specific country. We can pick a specific type of road. It's very, very cool. But for now, we're going to pick a regular world. I'm going to say no move, which means I can't actually move the location. And I'm going to set my time to 2 minutes. I think that's going to be reasonable for picking. And then that's it. We're going to rock it, and we're going to see which location we come up with. So here's official episode 0, I guess, the pilot episode of, I don't know what we're going to call this, World Guesser to 3D, something like that. And here we go. This is going to be fun. All right, so let's play. I'm nervous already. Okay. All right, so 60 seconds or 2 minutes on the clock. All right, so you can zoom in on these things. And if you know a lot of languages, this looks like German to me, potentially. Looks very German. Okay, so yeah, bikes. Could be Dutch. No, definitely, no, not Netherlands. Definitely Germany. It looks like, oh wow, look at the mountains. This is a really cool location. Look at the mountains. So this is definitely German, or it could be Swiss, but it would be the, like, Bavaria, you know, it's a Bavarian part of Germany is where I think this is. Somewhere in the Alps. Okay, so let's bring up the map and let's jump in. So I've been through this area, so I think I have a guess. I mean, you could be totally wrong on this, but basically this Bavarian part of Germany has a lot of these white buildings. I mean, you know, it could be off, but I think it's gonna be pretty close. So let's kind of figure out where we're gonna go here. We definitely are in the Alps. Could be like one of these towns here. I have a second, so let me just see if there's anything else here that gives us away, right? No. I don't know, nothing about that. Co-op. Just the mountain range. I mean, it's right up against the Alps. So I'm gonna just pick a random town kind of in here. Let's go right there. Where was it? Okay, so is it in? Oh, so no, it is in Germany. Oh, that's where I picked. Okay, so no, sorry, it's in Switzerland. They speak like 3 languages in Switzerland, I think. So it's okay. So I think this is yeah. So you can see I have 188 kilometers, not that bad. 4,400 points. So that's, you know, pretty close to maximum points on that, which is not bad. Very cool location. Definitely think that would be a very fun one to 3D model. So far I see one I like. All right, let's rock it on the next one. Okay. Very different. Not as exciting. This looks like Ontario, where I used to live. I grew up in Canada. Okay, so fall, so somewhere north. Definitely. This is Canada for sure. I mean, this right side of the road. Barn. I mean, you know, northern U.S. and Canada are very, very similar. It's. I mean, this is like. I mean, this literally feels like where I grew up. Road signs, I think, yeah, green road. Okay. All right, so we're gonna go in here. I feel like I'm gonna say like this is. I mean, I spent some time in like this area of. I mean, I would probably recognize, but man, this is really. I'm gonna go just outside of Kitchener. I don't think there's anything else in this that would. I mean, I've seen these exact, whatever these plants are in Kitchener. I mean, the poles look the same. The barn looks. Okay, let's gonna give it a shot. Oh, pretty close. So there you go. So 114 kilometers away. It was actually north of Toronto in Vandorf, Ontario. Not the coolest spot in the world to do, but hey, the barn would be kind of fun. You know, I could got to find those plants, like to figure that out, but like it wouldn't be a disaster. It wouldn't be as exciting as the first one, but whatever. It'd be an interesting stream. Okay, so that's number 2. So far they're basically the same. I think I'm doing pretty good. Okay. So this is like one of those ones, like I was kind of saying, where you just like, it's not that this would be crazy. It's just like to get the building detail, you know, to make it match is going to be so hard. It's not impossible. It's just like getting the road right would be fine. It's just these buildings suck. But I think if I like play a little bit with the lighting and pick I can pick the angle too. So, okay. So I got to focus on where I think this is. All right. There's lots of signs here. I don't recognize language. Could be Spanish, maybe Spain. Okay, let's focus. So it's a one-way street. So we got no luck with the cars. Definitely European license plate, European cars. I'm like, this feels like Spain to me. And just kind of like playing this over the last week or so, just kind of testing these things, man, just like recognizing languages, recognizing, you know, what side of the street people drive on. Okay, I got 30 seconds. I mean, I think I'm going to go Spain. I don't know where in Spain. I mean, pretty big city, could be part outside of Madrid. I don't know what these areas. I've only been to Madrid, and Barcelona is much more. I mean, we can go Madrid is probably my best guess. Maybe like one of these like little outskirts, little side road. All right, let's go. I feel like I'm going to be off on this. Okay, Italy. All right. See, it's like language, right? I'm sure I could have picked something out of that. That's so crazy. What an interesting spot. Paterno. GG motorcycle. Okay, so that's an interesting one. So we have 3 very different scenes, like rural scene with basically a barn, really cool little town in Germany, and then this interesting road here in Italy. So So far, I don't think there's like any total deal breakers. I would probably just let the wheel decide this one, but okay, 2 more to go. Here we go. Okay. All right, this is cool. So here's like a, man, what a diverse set we're getting, because this one is like total opposite. This is pure landscape. Okay, so definitely near either really, really large lake or the ocean. There's a little town down here. I guess I'm looking at these through the lenses of 3D, and I've been using Unreal Engine and Blender, and I got to say, like, Blender scenes really scare me like this because they're actually very simple to do. The problem is it's really hard to deal with the level of like foliage and just Blender doesn't handle it very well. But it'd be a challenge. Okay, so they're driving on the right side of the road, it looks like. On pretty good mountain ranges. On the water. Okay, so this is what I'm leaning towards. I could be way off on this, but I'm leaning towards Peru, and I'm leaning towards just like one of these like coastal towns, but something where the mountains are like fairly close. So maybe northern. I've never been to Peru, so I don't really know, but I mean, the problem is if I go all the way down this coast, there's really no, like, we can't get a terrain view. There's really no spot where the mountains are like really, really close to the ocean. Could be Chile. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go like, this is a bad guess. Let's go here. Oh, not bad. That was not bad. That was a good guess. No, I got Switzerland wrong. I think I'm pretty, Switzerland, Spain. That was a pretty good guess. Wow. So, I mean, basically got it. I mean, it's like something I have to learn about Google Maps, I guess, is like, I usually look at like a terrain view or 3D, but like, I would never guess that level of mountains are what I saw on the screen. But okay, we got one more to go. So far, all of these are, I think I wouldn't veto any of these. I would just sort of roll with it. Okay, last one. Here we go. All right. I mean, literally Ontario again. I mean, you even got a car passing another car. It's like perfect, Ontario. Canada. This might be one that I would veto just because there's nothing like, kind of the rule I want to take is like, I don't want to change the position of the camera too much. Like, it's because then you get into like what the perspective is. I want to try to like recreate this in a way you could look at it and see what's going on. There's just not a lot of interest here. It's like just a lot of trees down the side of the road. Definitely do something with like, an off-road car or something. I mean, it's just a lot of foliage. It's not that exciting. Man, this really does. I mean, this could easily be the US, but I mean, this just feels like home again. Flat, a little bit of rolling hills. That vehicle is a little bit throwing me off. I mean, I don't know if there's like a randomization here in terms of Canada. Like, I would honestly pick Ontario again for this, but this part of New York is pretty hilly. Maybe into Ohio. Let's pick like a random spot in Ohio. Let's go some random road right here. Oh. Okay, so it's actually kind of good. Because what's going to happen here is like that's I'll round up, but like the chances of picking that one is so low. Man, I would have never guessed that's in the middle. The car, I should have paid attention to the car because you just don't see. Like, I assume they update. I don't know anything about Google Maps. Like, I assume they update it every couple of years. I haven't seen a car like that in like Ontario or North America in forever. It's just they're very rare. It's like looks like a Volkswagen Rabbit or something like that, like a little hatchback. So I should have known it wasn't Ontario, but like huge difference and then 18 points. Okay, so let's view the results. So I think overall it was probably a pretty good round for me. Here's the breakdown. Here's what I need, right? So basically, if we just say, like, we'll just do the weights, we'll say 44, 46, 16, 35. And then for this one, we're just going to say, what's the round down on that? Like, it's basically 1. Yeah, so 44, 46, 16, 35, and 1 is going to be our thing. Okay, so let's flip this over to our wheel. So here's our location. So they're going to match this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then just to remind you, I'll go and show the locations. Maybe we'll quickly update this. So yeah, actually let's just take our time and, oh no. Yeah, let's rotate it. So, okay, so here's location number 1. There's the actual guess. So this is basically, Canterbury, Switzerland. So what we'll do is we'll drop over here and we'll say location number 1, Switzerland. And maybe we'll just do it like this. Switzerland. Okay, so that's the first one. And then the weight on this one was 44. Okay, and then our next location was, let's find location 2. Location 2 was Ontario. So location 2 is going to be Ontario. There's the spot. So we'll say Ontario, and we'll say points on this one was what? 46. So this is the highest weighted one so far. Location number 3 was, I think this was this one that was actually in Italy. Yeah, so location 3 is going to be Italy. And we're looking at 16 points. So this is going to be quite a bit less probability, 14% probability on this one. And then the next one was, what was the next one? 4 was, oh right, this was this one down here in Chile, right? Is it Chile? Yeah, okay. So definitely cool how we can grab this location. Okay, so Chile is going to be 36, we'll round it up. Chile, 36. One more is the one I thought was in Ohio, turned out to be Russia. Grab this one. Again, I there's a potential I maybe veto this one, but hopefully I won't have to because it's, so this is just gonna be weight of 1. It's gonna be Russia. Okay, so just to summarize, Swiss location is 30%. Second location here in Ontario is 32%. Italy is 11%, and 25% for Chile, and 0.07% for Russia. And then just to kind of, again, just quickly make sure we all know what these locations are. There's a chance that I think I would maybe potentially veto the Ontario one the more I think about it. So just to kind of summarize, here's our location in Germany. Definitely like some work here with the buildings. The hedges is fine. The bikes are fine. You know, we'll have to get this building right. So we have to pick a location too, or a composition. So I would say like probably would be this. So you think of like composition would probably be just straight down here. So we'd have basically this building, a couple background buildings. We get the mountains here, some grass and trees on these mountains, which is always challenging with Blender, but will be kind of fun to do. And then this road signs. Yeah, like that would be probably our first composition. Let's just bring these all up at the same time and we can kind of just look at them. Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2 is Ontario. So this one, I think we would use the barn. So we'd probably do something like that. Probably that's our composition there. It's actually kind of nice. I don't know if I would veto that. So I think, again, we're going to kind of start by trying to do, as photorealistic, I guess, as we can. And then after that, I think I'll probably start to expand this and see if, maybe get into some fun stuff with like the lighting and, we can do all sorts of cool stuff. But that's the second one. I think that's the composition. So let's go to number 3. Number 3 again was Italy. So this one, you got to pick one or the other. I don't know. This is interesting because this is very generic. We'd have the cars coming towards us. This is hard to really see. I mean, we've got this light here, and this is probably the way we go, just because it is, even though it is harder to see, there is an option in Google Maps to go back to previous, like you could actually pick other dates. I don't know if, let's just try that for a second. Yeah, so like we can flip to July. There we go, a little bit better. Go back to December. I don't know, like I think I probably just picked the time, like the current one. But I think in this case, maybe just because the lighting, we'd maybe go one over. But I like this location. I think like this one here is kind of cool. Get a busy street, couple street signs, we'll kind of zoom it in a bit, something like that with the road going up is kind of neat. So there's number 3. Number 4 was, was it Russia? No, number 4 was what? Number 4 was, can we click on this? No. Oh, down here. Man, these locations are all really fun. Okay, so for this location, we won't get the mountains in this really at all. I mean, we could do something towards the side maybe. This might be kind of cool if we could get maybe like a little bit zoomed out. Maybe just like that shot there, the road going down here, the mountains on the side. We can play with the weather a bit. This is a little bit less interesting uphill. So I'm going to say like our composition's probably like that. Something like that with the clouds. Okay, and then number 5 was Russia, which is the one I think is the most challenging. Yeah, I don't know how do I get that other locations? See more dates. I'm excited about this because I feel like one of these dates like will catch something really interesting in the scene, and then I don't know. There's not much to this. Like I would say, it's just like a straight shot down this road. There's nothing exciting. I would say this could be veto, but let's see. Maybe just kind of compose it like that and go for it. Okay. All right. Oh, is it? That's perfect. The whole screen's black? Are we on Twitch? This wouldn't surprise me at all. This would be like the story of my life. I'd probably just stream nothing and nobody would tell me about it. Let me go look. Thank you, Taco Bell's Life. I appreciate you telling me. I have people that are on X. If this is streaming nothing and you didn't message me, well, I guess they would message me there. Okay, let me see. How do I check this? It's so weird. All right, I see nothing on Twitch. Let me go check if this is working on YouTube. How do I switch? Okay. It's yeah, so yeah, Taco Bell's Life, it's not working on Twitch. So it's totally black on Twitch. It seems to be working completely fine on YouTube. I don't know how to fix that on Twitch, to be really honest. Like, I don't know, maybe I can just reset it on Twitch and bring it back. I'll try that. I don't want to mess up the stream. So I don't know if you have YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube. I'll drop the links in here. So youtube.com/Scobleverse, or I'm also streaming on X. But I would hit that if you can. It is working fine, thank God, because I was worried I didn't record any of that. And then, yeah, if you don't mind, and then I will try to reset it. I don't know if it's going to mess up, like just drop you out of the stream. Let me see if it's working on, yeah, it's working on Twitter. Yeah, so it's working there. Just going to test something here, see if, yeah, it's working. Yeah, so yeah, try to come over to YouTube. I'll reset the stream on Twitch. I'm not that experienced with this. In Geoguessr. Sorry, I'm just doing a little tweet. Okay. All right, so yeah, I'll shut you off on Twitch and see if I can get it back. Yeah, not working. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what I can do. I tried to reset it. No luck. So yeah, if you come over to YouTube, I'd appreciate it. If not, no worries. And yeah, we're gonna give this a try. And yeah, I don't know how to fix it. Send me a message if you know how. Okay, so we got our locations, we got our random guesser. The weights are good, so here's how the wheel looks. We got Ontario, we got Italy, we got Chile, we got Switzerland, and we got Russia. We just roll the dice here and see which one we do, and then I'll set the timer. It's 9 o'clock for me right now, Pacific time, so it may take a little quick break in the middle. But yeah, we're gonna give this a try. So I don't think I've ever done this before. I'd assume there's just like a button to hit it. Maybe I just hit it here. Okay, here we go. I should have set it for like 60-second spin. All right, it's Italy. Oh, I'm like I'm so tempted to use that veto on this. I'm so tempted to use that veto. I gotta think about it though, because if I do the veto, I can't veto Russia. So I could end up on Russia, even though it's a low percent. Or I could end up, so I could end up here. This I'd be happy with. This I'd be probably fine with. This I'd be fine with. So I have a pretty good chance because Russia's gonna come off if I veto it. Or sorry, Italy's gonna come off. If you're in the chat, let me know what you think. Give me advice on this one, because this is going to be 2 hours we're going to spend doing this. So options are I take this as is, just a bunch of streets. Going to be a lot of technical work to get all these doors, all the grunge on all the sidewalks, cables, lights. I mean, it's doable. It's going to be like heads down, like hard work to get this done quickly. And obviously fading these cars in the background is going to be tricky. And then, I mean, it's definitely doable. And then the alternative is that like I'll have pretty much the same chance at this, which is like not as exciting or interesting potentially, but is maybe a little bit easier to do. I have to model out the barn, which shouldn't be crazy to do. It's pretty straightforward. These background buildings, you know, we can maybe just change the composition. So we'll do something like that or whatever, just to, it's a little bit unbalanced to cut them off. Scattering a bunch of trees, grass. Not as exciting, but doable. This is, you know, again, pretty straightforward, but also not like a lot going on. Don't want this one. I mean, I really would love to do that. I'd really love to do this, to be honest. But even then, that might just be... It may turn out to be more tricky than I realized with the trees in the background. It's always hard to get this detail of a mountain range. These mountains would be, like, they're just background. They wouldn't be crazy to get in there. These buildings are not super easy, but this one is pretty straightforward. I have to do something for this awning all the way across. What do you think? It's like, I think I should just, I'm leaning towards just taking the wheel, like not vetoing, not getting myself in trouble, just saying like, all right, I'm going to do this one and I'm going to like make it work. I think I can do it. It's just like, it's just the level of detail on these buildings that freak me out. Let me think about it here. So I got a railing across. I've got 3 doors. I don't do a lot of building stuff, so this is got me a little bit. And then the street going across, and then I can kind of repeat this building, pretty much repeat this building exactly here, repeat this building here. This building is getting probably too far out of the camera. I think we could just do some depth of field here. I think we could come up with something for this back part. Sometimes this is very tricky because, you know, you get into a render, like there's not a lot of detail here, but there kind of is, right? And I can't just put a photo back here. So there's just like a lot of detail to get all the way down. Now I could get a little bit tricky with this, just like adding like a bit of a fog scene, or just kind of fade this out with like depth of field or whatever. Street's got a lot of damage on it. I'm not so worried about that. Some weirdness here on like the doors. I think I'm just gonna go for it. It just feels like I'm playing with fire to just take a veto and then like put the randomness in here, like do one of these scenes. You know, it's not like they're not technically like that much more like they're not that easy to do. Like there's just like differences and kind of nuances of each one that's kind of difficult. This is definitely like the prettiest scene, but like there's only a 1 in 3 chance of getting this one right. So all right, I'm gonna go with it. That's the decision's been made. Okay, so here we go. So here it is. So it's 9:07 and just gonna take a minute to get myself set up, and then we're gonna just set the clock and see how we do. So we're gonna move this up here. So you're gonna be able to see the scene. This is live. Sorry, we're gonna go to this scene here. So this is live. We moved up on Street View till, well, we had one from December and one from July. So we're gonna use the one from July, just because we've got a little bit better visibility back here. And nothing really would have changed between the two. You know, we can play with the cars or whatever, but we're gonna go basically with this one. I think the composition's gonna be pretty much this. We're gonna probably cut that building off there. Maybe cut this building off, you know, maybe get that door. It's kind of interesting. And we'll get a little bit of that elevation in here, find these street lamps, which would be kind of cool. This would be, you know, again, getting into like some fun stuff down the road. Like I could change the camera angle on this and all sorts of cool stuff. But I think for now, I'm just going to hit this as is. Okay, so this is the scene. You'll see this up here the whole time I'm kind of modeling. I'll use it. I don't know if I'm going to need any references for this one. Pretty much feel good about everything that's here. The wear and tear is going to be really interesting on this building. Okay, so it's 9:08 now, p.m. So I don't have a timer yet on this stream. Like I don't have anything set up, but I'll definitely do that for the future. So yeah, I'm just going to basically start. I'm going to focus on kind of getting the scene composition, everything right first. And then I'll probably do the texturing towards the end of the stream. I think I'll probably end up like doing like a time lapse kind of these things at the end, you know, for people to see. But for the most part, If you have questions about what I'm doing, feel free. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. Yeah, but here we go. It's basically starting right now, and let's get it done. Okay, so I'm going to just make sure I get this location. I don't want to lose this location, so I'm just going to go into a text editor here and just make sure that I don't lose this. So that's not the URL at all. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so there's the URL. And then let's just make sure we'll just get this as a backup. All right, so that's the location. So it's Paterno, Sicily. This is cool. Sicily is our first location, Paterno, Sicily. So here's what I do with this. And I'll sort of, as we go here, I'll kind of explain my process as much as I can. But the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to grab terrain data from that location. So I use a little plugin here. I'm going to open this up in Chrome. So you'll see it up in the top left corner. So yeah, I can bring this in. So basically, we're going to go get this location, and we can just type in. We could do the lat long, I think, but let's just type in Paterno, Sicily, and let's go find it based on Google Maps. So we'll get rid of these other locations, and then we'll get here. So if we bring this back up, it's interesting. I didn't get the... Sorry, just bear with me. I'm just looking to I want to get the map view. Okay, here it is. This is what I wanted. Okay, there we go. So this is the location. So this Vittoria Emanuele Street. So I'm going to go in here, and I've got to find this location in this tool. So I think if I search for that address, I think it's going to find it, hopefully. Okay, there it is. So let's make sure we're on the right road. So Via Vittoria Emanuele. We're just off of that street looking... Does this move? Yeah, so it's looking north towards the coffee time. So I'm assuming this is probably right here. Via Mercano. There, yeah, so we're between Mercano. So we're basically right here. Okay, so the way that this works is I'm going to go grab the map data. But you got to remember, like, I don't really need much. I just need that slope in the road. It's really all I care about. So this is actually going to be a very small amount of data. I'm assuming first road's here. I think probably it's like 2 or 3 roads up. If I could switch this over to a satellite view, you can kind of see the slope of the road there. But I think, which one was it again? Was it this one? Yeah, I mean, I think we'll probably go something like this. So we're going to grab a rectangle. I typically try to grab a perfect square, although it's never exactly right. But there's 5 by 5. So this is a very small area. I think this is going to do the trick, though. So basically, I don't need anything behind me. So I'll kind of grab like maybe a street or two. And then we'll go with this. Actually, we might as well, let's make it 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. We might as well. We'll get a little bit more, maybe more interesting for the download. And that's not a lot of data. Actually, it kind of is, to be honest. I'm going to change my mind. It's a lot. I just realized it's kind of a lot of buildings. Just be a little bit harder to work with. Okay. All right. So again, here's our location right here. We're going to grab a little bit of data here, and then we're going to copy these locations. We're going to paste them in, and we're going to grab the terrain. Okay. Terrain is in. We're going to zoom out a little bit. There it is. Not a lot here. So we're going to delete the default cube. We're going to bring this back to the... You won't be able to see this, but this is my just my outliner of like what's in the scene. Okay, so we have a terrain. It doesn't look like much, but we're gonna go in and we're gonna get. And this is such a godsend because I've done this myself before, and it's so brutal to do. But I'm gonna grab an image overlay, and I just thought of something, a way to solve this. So We're going to import an image overlay. So what we're doing right now is we're going out to, basically going out to ArcGIS, and we're grabbing, satellite images for this location, which is super cool. So when I flip this on, we're going to switch over to, yeah, so there it is. So yeah, we can kind of figure out where we are. So if we're kind of going back to our Google Maps, I would say we are, where are we? Is that Mercano? Okay, well, let's just do this. Let's grab, while we're here, let's grab Mapbox Streets, I think is the one I want. So now we're going out to Mapbox to get an actual overlay with the streets on it. And then, yeah, we're basically this intersection. So I think, so let's just get the streets right. So something, it's basically that Murano. It's on the left side of that via Murano. So I think that's probably, I'm guessing it's, oh yeah, so there's the, okay, so it's this right here. So there's our location is basically right here. Okay, so this is like, just to kind of give you an idea, this is like a little bit easier to see now. So we're basically going to be, there's Mercano, I think it's not labeled on here, but this is basically our location right there. Okay, so now you can kind of see this a little bit. If I zoom in here, you can kind of see now there's the street, right? So this is where it gets fun. So now let's just go back to, let's just switch this to the top. Remember now. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so here's the satellite, right? So we've got buildings on the side. Now, I think we're going to do something interesting with this one for the background. Now that I realize I might use the Google 3D tiles for the background. They do not hold up very well at close distance. I'll show you. It might take a second to upload them, but I may end up using that to build out the back of the scene, which I think would probably help quite a bit. Let's flip back to July again. So getting these buildings back here, we might be able to use this. And now that I look at it, I don't think I got enough, because there's some type of building back here. So the road is actually, this is where I'm going to end up like going over time. So I think it's going all the way to here, because there's the road, right? And there's obviously something here at the end. Yeah, so we need to go double of what we currently have. So let's go up to 1 by 1. This is gonna like go by so fast, and then I'm gonna have nothing done. Okay, so let's make sure we've got, yeah, there's the bottom. Cool. Okay, so let's try that. So we're gonna copy this. We're gonna get rid of this terrain. It's kind of unfortunate. I should have double checked that first. But we're going to go back to the train, and we're going to go paste, and we're going to import that. So now we have quite a bit more to work with, and then I'm going to get the image overlays. I'm going to do, we'll do Mapbox Satellite this time, and then we'll grab a couple of these overlays. And yeah. Okay, so we're going to get these overlays, and then what we can potentially do is we'll grab the Google 3D tiles potentially at the end. I don't want to do it now because it always seems to crash my machine, and it sometimes can take longer than I realize. So I think I'm just going to kind of leave it to the end of this, or maybe during the break to download it. But there you go. There's that one. And then I want to grab the streets again, just so I have it. And then the real magic here, realizing there's a lot of building data here, so this could be kind of a disaster, but I'm going to have to segment this into like what I actually need versus what I don't. So we're gonna see. If you're watching this on Twitter, let me know if this is working, because I never really able to know for sure. And specifically on Twitter or X, like the chat, I never know if the chat's actually working. So if you're watching right now, there shows a lot of people watching. Well, a lot for me. Just like add a comment, I guess, at the bottom. I think you add a post at the bottom. It's like when you're watching like, what do you call that, Spaces. I think there's a way. Okay, yeah, so in the live chat, just drop a GM or a note and let me know, see if it pops up. Okay. Otherwise, I don't know why people are interesting. You're watching on Twitter. It should be pretty quick. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So we have our location. So what we're going to do now, we have a bit more, I think, to work with, and I think we're going to hit the back buildings there. So I think we're going to be good. So what I'm going to do is, next thing I want to do is I'm going to bring the camera to here. And then what we can do is we'll basically set up our camera. We said we're in front of Mercano Street. So yeah, we're here. So we're basically right to this location. So what I can kind of do is just set like what I think is, my composition for now. And then we're going to go into cameras, align view, active camera to view. And now we've got somewhat of a scene over here. I'll change this to texture view so you can kind of see the scene being built. Whereas on this side, I'm going to kind of just move around. So on the left side, you should be able to see as we pull this in. Okay, so this is where it gets fun. So we're going to grab OpenStreetMap data. And I'm just going to start with the 2D just to kind of show you how this works. I don't think I'm going to need water, forest, vegetations. We just need road and paths and buildings. And I'm just going to import this just straight in for now and just kind of see how it looks. And then we'll sort of decide what to do from here. I've tested a ton of different ways to do this. I don't know the right one for this particular scene, but I'm going to kind of figure it out as I go. Okay, so we got something now, right? We've got what looks like building data. It's flat, but the most important part here is that I've got some really important stuff that I need, right? So we're going to start with, I don't remember what the difference is between these and these, but for now I'm going to make sure so I'm just going to call this OSM 01 because I'll sometimes do this multiple times. So we have buildings, so you can kind of see it here. We have buildings. I'll turn on the selection. We've got buildings, we've got pathways, footways, steps, pedestrian, residential, secondary service, tertiary, track, and unclassified. So the truth is we're not going to need a bunch of this stuff. I'll turn it off for now, but basically it looks like we're going to need this one tertiary road. So if we kind of zoom in, this road going across, so this road going across here is classified as a tertiary road, I guess because it's probably quite a bit smaller than this one. It's hard to see from this side. These are just residential roads. There are some pedestrian roads over here, which would be kind of like walkways and stuff, but they're not part of the scene. There's no steps, part of the scene. I can delete these at some point, but footway, there's probably some type of path up here, like a trail. We're not going to need it. There's no cycleways and buildings. So really it's going to come down to residential roads. There is a secondary up here, which I think is like a higher class than residential. Don't know for sure, but for some reason, yeah, I mean, this is something like looks like a bit of a highway. So that would be classified as a secondary road, I guess. And then there's no track. So we have tertiary, but there's no service. There's a couple service roads. There's like for garbage and stuff. Secondary residential. So there it is. So there's really 4 things, right? And actually probably for simplicity, let's just take these and let's just get them into a new collection. And then let's just call this OSM 01 unused. I'm going to do this a lot because I realize that I completely, like I forget to label things properly. Okay. So we've got something here. And now what I could do, which is really cool, is like I have the building, basically the building footprints. So what I could do from here is I could just like take these, separate them all. They're all like lined up perfectly with the ground. The ground, like the floor plans are ground. So I can kind of like take all these and eliminate everything I don't need outside of the camera. And I can basically just extrude these buildings up and make like the building like outline. But I don't know if it's going to be necessarily better or not. I want to test a couple things, but I want to try out a couple options here. So this one is fine. We're going to just get rid of this one for a second. And we're going to try this one again, but I'm going to try this with, I'll try this with 3D Simple. I think this is one of these pulls in the data One of these pulls in the data for the heights of the buildings. So let's just try this one, 3D simple, and see what we get. Okay, it's a little bit better now, right? So now we've got, it looks like building height, although I don't feel like it's accurate. If I'm looking at this, oh, maybe it is. Well, it looks like this could be a situation where these buildings are maybe being built up. But I mean, technically, like this building at the corner, so we're a little bit ahead maybe of where we should be on the camera. So if I was to set this to camera to view and bring the camera back a bit, yeah, you can kind of see it. So again, this might just be a situation of the buildings and, you know, how it's being built. This building is a little bit taller than this one. This one is the same as this, so they're not quite accurate. Assuming this is the road going through, which I think it is. But this is a little bit better because it does have a bit more building shape, and it looks like it's picked up, in some cases it's picked up, yeah, it's like picked up some of the building height. Again, how accurate this is or when this data is, but generally like you would submit or you'd have a building plan for the city and it would state what, you know, the heights of the buildings are. I remember this from Cairo in Egypt. They were like, they never finished the buildings. There's always these like little barbed wire, what's it called? Like the piping at the top was always there because if you didn't finish the roof, or you wouldn't have to declare the like height of your building, which is like a different tax thing. It was the guy was explaining to us when we were there. But yeah, so now we got like basic building data, which is fine. There's a couple better options. I'm just going to show you what they are, just so it's kind of like a fun, you know, I should just be focused on this, but I can't help myself. I want to like explain stuff as I go. Let's just try this. I should actually save this. It was stupid. Yeah, I haven't even saved this at all yet. Okay, so let's just... this happened to me last time I was doing this. I should get this right. So geo. So you can't see what I'm doing here, but... So this one is... Where are we again? We are in Paterno, Italy, Sicily. So, alright. And maybe I won't be so strict about my time limit on this one just because I'm kind of over explaining stuff. Let's see if this works. Why? Oh. Yeah, okay. This is interesting. So I guess I don't have this set for the, let me just try this, see if I can fix this quickly. If not, I don't even know if I'm going to end up using this, to be honest, but directly with assets. There we go. I think it's going to work. Okay, so now what this is going to do is it's going to attempt to bring in like a higher quality building. Now, here's the thing. There's a reason I don't think I'll use this is because, again, if I don't crash this thing. Yeah, so here's the difference, right? What did we get? Really, we got a bunch of buildings that the roofs, like they tried to do the roofs on them. That's not what we want. These buildings are not these roofs, and they added textures and stuff, and there's like all sorts of cool ways you can add your own textures and bring them in. But like truthfully, this doesn't get us any further along. We're gonna reverse this. So I think that's this one. So let's get rid of this one. So far, this is probably the best of what I want. You know, the street data, and then, you know, I think this data comes in the same for the road. Okay, so these come in as curves, so that's interesting. So I may decide to use both of these at some point. Okay, let me just try one more. This is something I was experimenting with. I don't know if this is going to work quite the way that I want it to, but let me see, just for fun. It may end up crashing this too. So this is a plugin. think this is the original. I'm hoping this is going to work. Let's try this. Buildings. Import a single object. Buildings, road and path, server train. Okay. So this is a third-party plugin called Buildify. Let's see if this is going to break. And this is really, really cool. But again, I don't know if it's going to work for what I want. I think I crashed it, but it may have actually worked. Yeah, so it's going to have this to a crawl. Okay, I'm gonna probably not use this, but let me just show you how cool this is. So what it did was it brought in and it tried to recreate these buildings, which is super, super cool. As you can see, it added like real, what would really like kind of feel like real building data. The issue with this, because I was doing this, the other day, and it's like, you got to kind of template out the buildings and like pick which building types, and you got to make modules for each type of the building, and I just don't think it's going to do what we want. And then you still have to like go back, and all of this is up too high, so you got to kind of bring the whole thing back down to get the buildings like onto. It's just for this scene, I don't think it's going to work. So let's just get rid of that. I think this is going to be the winner, and I think that the thing with this is just going to be, we're going to use, the geometry here. So we're going to start using, these building data, and we're going to sort of just manipulate it to kind of make it work. And the nice thing with this though, is like, you kind of get the perspectives right for the most part. You don't have to go crazy. Like, even though, yeah, you got to add detail, the buildings back here are, they're all accurate. So you're getting, for the most part, with like the heights maybe being a little bit wrong, you're getting a pretty decent. That was a mistake. Even this is kind of slow. You're getting like a pretty decent. Like perspective. It's accurate. It's to scale. Like we are at, like if we were to measure this right now, take like, you can just like look at this here and say like, what did I say across? Like this whole thing was like, you can check the scale on Google if we wanted to open it up to like the actual Google Maps. If we're looking at this, we can do on Google, you can measure, right? So like if we go to our location, and we just say, let's measure, from here to the street, that's 39 meters. And you can do the same thing here. Measure 39 meters. So it's like such a beautiful, like for me, it's like such a nerdy, cool way to work, because like you don't have to stress about perspective. Like this is essentially a, I don't know what Google Street View would be, because it, again, it's 360. But you zooming in, you can kind of match the perspective here. This might be, I think we're probably far enough back. If you look at the exact pin, even there, you can look at the exact pin. So there's 3 buildings, and this is showing one big building here. So with our data, what do we have? We do have technically one big building. In fact, it doesn't have these buildings separated, which is interesting. If I go to the other one, yeah, so it doesn't have these buildings separated or these buildings separated. But if we open it up this way, it's interesting that this one came in like that versus this one. Yeah, so these are the individual building footprints, which are not showing up on this Google Maps data, which is interesting. So if you look at the buildings, we've got 5 buildings on there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's just like slightly classified them differently, but there's one, there's the same floor plan. It's just these 2 are essentially merged, which we could dissolve faces on these if we wanted, I think, and get them in to the same. This building is fine. So if we actually look at the exact location we are, with the camera. And in fact, if we go to wireframe view, here you go. So I mean, we can get this as accurate as we can. So here's the first building, here's the second building. Our little guy is basically on the left side of the road. He's, you know, we haven't moved the location. He's right past this second building. So he's, you know, we're pretty close. We're basically here. Okay. And then if we change the perspective, you can see, right? That's what would be, you know, you're shooting 185 down the road. That would be your shot. You know, shooting at 24 is that. So you can kind of get a feel like this is it because it's a 360 photo. It's probably like back, like, well, sorry, I didn't mean to move that. I'm going to lock this camera. Where did I say it was? It was second building. So I messed this up. So, okay, I'm going to lock this location. So we're trying to make this as accurate as we can. So we're just going to go in and lock the XY. We'll leave the Z so we can move the camera up and down to kind of figure out where we want the perspective. And then obviously we can, you know, we don't want to probably rotate that, keep that flat. And then, you know, we're probably not going to rotate the camera down the street. Move a little bit this way. All right, so we can, let's go 12. Lock that, and then lock this. So we can still play a little bit with this rotation here, and we can play a little bit with the height data, but I think that's it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to eliminate a bunch of this geometry, because like I really don't need anything outside of this lane between here and here. So I'm going to go back into this data. I'm going to go to the buildings, and I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to go, how do I want to do this? I want to keep that building looking down. No, sorry, this building here. So I think we keep this, and I'm just going to start to select. Kind of everything that we don't need. Now we'll give ourselves a little bit of a buffer here. All right, so if we kind of look at this, like, be careful not to, we'll take, yeah, this is kind of fine. We'll take these blocks. So we'll basically take this block down here. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So what we'll do is we'll separate this by the selection. Call this buildings exterior or exterior. Exterior. Get rid of them. So now we just have these buildings here. With the roads, we could kind of do the same thing. I just don't know which road system I'm going to use quite yet. But I think like we can get rid of all this. Let's say we're going to use residential, right? I mean, really, we just need to separate this road. Honestly, we need to take this one. So these are currently curves. So let me think how I can do this. If I take, yeah, I think I can do the same thing. I don't want to take anything in here, but I can get rid of this road. Just get rid of all these. So I'm gonna make our life a little bit easier. And then I'm assuming we get rid of all these roads back here. Get rid of this road. This road. This road. Get rid of this. Well, let's keep this. You know what? And let's keep this road too. So we have a little bit of this on the outside. Okay, so let's, I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know what I just did there. Did I get that right? Okay, I think I did, yeah. Okay, cool. So we'll call this residential exterior again. Get rid of this. Get rid of all these ones. We need this tertiary road. And there was one other one. It was a cycleway, footway, no. Pedestrian, no. Secondary? Yeah, we need the secondary in that. Okay. So for this one, same thing. Secondary is, let's just eliminate. I mean, we can basically select to here, and then we'll just invert it. Oops. I don't know. I used to have a inverse. Select, invert, separate. Exterior. Okay, get rid of that one. And then last one is residential. Oh no, sorry, secondary, is it? Yeah. Okay, so there's secondary, and then we're just gonna we'll select all this, and we'll select all this. Okay, and then we're gonna go B, and then we're gonna call this exterior. Okay, so get rid of that. And then I think just because I know myself here, I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this buildings, this, and this, which should be everything I need. I'm just going to put it in a collection. We're going to call this OSM 02 primary. Okay. And then this is going to become OSM 02 secondary. All right, and then we'll disable that. Okay, so a little bit of cleanup there. But basically what I have now is, oops, what did I do there? Oh, I know, that was so stupid. Oh, that was so dumb. Okay, hopefully I'm not going to need this. I did the selection without turning on this. This is so annoying. Right, so what I ended up just doing there is I created kind of a bit of an issue. I mean, I can always get this back. It's not a huge deal, but I just deleted the tops of all the buildings, or I removed the tops of all the buildings that I didn't need, but I didn't remove everything else. It's not like, again, this is kind of an annoying thing. It's just like, will look cleaner when I'm working with it, and I don't have to worry about, you know, some weirdness here. The thing like about this is if I'm just doing this one scene, you know, this is kind of the shortcut I can take to kind of clean everything up, make it a little bit easier to work with. But when I make these things like larger scale, I hate getting rid of data because I want to have everything for, like, if I was going to bring it into Unreal Engine, or if I want to do like change the camera later, like I don't want to lose the data. One of the issues is, like, let's just say, for example, I get rid of all this, right? And I get rid of all this, and then, so I'm going to take this, I'm going to bring it in here, and I'm going to bring it to, I thought I had one for buildings. Yeah, these buildings. And I'm going to join this together, and I think that's going to pull it back. Hopefully, close to it. Okay, there we go. Right, so it's like I had to see, I missed a few things, but like I have this building, And then it's like, oh, I want to do a drone shot, or I want to like pull the camera up a bit. It's like, okay, now I lost these buildings. So it's sort of like one of those things where for this shot, if I'm just to be quick, I could get rid of it, but I don't want to lose it completely. Now I'll bring back the train. Okay. All that work for basically just to kind of clean this up. Now I got to actually get to work. So, all right. Let's start with the street. Okay, let's try. Let me think of the right way I want to do this. So right now this is just a curve, probably with a bevel. Okay. Alright, so I want to convert this to mesh, and then I either going to keep this mesh and just apply a road texture all the way down and then do the sidewalk. But I think if I duplicate, yeah, okay, I think the right way for me to do this, I just got to be careful not to, I'm just going to save an increment on this. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do for the street is I'm going to take this, okay, and I'm going to grab a straight line, which of course I can't do because it's a curve. Okay, but I'll take a straight line. So what I'm attempting here is, I think because this building is, because this road is nicely conformed to the landscape, I think this is going to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate, or I'm going to duplicate this. No, can I duplicate this? Let's just duplicate this whole thing. Let's duplicate the whole thing. And then now let's invert this, and let's delete these vertices. Okay, let's see if what I did made sense. Okay, so what I should have now, is a single road. Ignore this secondary road and this tertiary road. So what I have is now a duplicate of that main road going down. And what I'm going to do for this one is, I think I'm going to do this really simple, and I'll fix it after, is I'm just going to, I'm going to bring the offset up. Okay, so see how it's like, it's going to go up higher a little bit, and then I'm going to bring the curve, and where is this for curve? I'm just, remember this. This may end up being a mistake. It's like, never do something random like this when you're not sure, but so like what I'm trying to do, and I can, I'm going to potentially adjust it after, is I was trying to create the sidewalk, but it's not going to work because I would actually need to do it on both sides. Right, so I would need to duplicate it here. it may end up work if I just cut it like on this, because there's only this one crossroad is the only place you're going to see this. So maybe let me just kind of play with this for a second to see how this works, right? So basically that is what I was trying to do. Now this is going to need like actual geometry. Let me think with the curve. Can you do like, can you change this to like just like a step? I've honestly never done this before, but I'm like kind of curious. Uh-oh, I might have froze it. Oh no. So what did this actually do? Definitely created a bit of a disaster here. Hard for me to see, like, think about what it's actually, if this is actually doing what I think it's doing. I mean, it might be way easier for me just to convert this. Okay, so now it's in mesh. I don't know, this is what I was curious about, why we were getting duplicates here. So if I take this, yeah, this is there a duplicate? Oh, I see. Is this my road? Now I really messed myself up. This is a disaster. Alright, so let's just go back to what we had. Let's see for a second. Okay, so we have our road is fine. This is our main residential road. We're good. What did I do? I brought that road over on this side. If I check this out, what did I do to the actual... Depth is fine. Maybe I don't really understand what is happening with that. That's handling the width. Yeah, I just don't quite understand why is it creating the duplicate there? Okay, let's think about this for a second. I have also this other option. So if I go back to unused, no. If I go back to OSM1, no, they're all curves, okay. Secondary, primary. I get rid of the buildings for a second. The road is fine. It's this secondary sidewalk situation. Why? Okay, let me think about this. So take this road. The road is fine. If I convert this to a mesh, it's fine. I could just bring it over and just... Okay, let's try it. Let's get rid of these, because these are kind of disaster. Okay, let's get rid of these three. Still have our roads. Secondary's back there. Okay. All right. So let's just take this. Let's just duplicate this, and let's just convert this object. Convert this to a mesh. Okay. And let's just hide this one for a second. Okay, we can't do that. Oh, it's probably because the way that, yeah. Right, so, I mean, I could go, you know, I could select all the way down here. And I could just extrude. I mean, honestly, other than this just weirdness around this solves our road. Are we that far away from that road? Oh, right, because this will solve, okay. So, I mean, we don't have to go probably much further than this. And then we can measure this after. This seems a little bit messy to me, but the truth is I'll overthink this forever, right? Because now at least I can take these right. And I'm not sure where the duplicates are coming from. But I mean, they're not going to be hard to clean up. It just might be a weird... This is what I want to avoid, though. Just want to avoid creating weird angles for this stuff. Yeah, there's definitely we can probably clean this up. I'm super nervous about you know, doing something destructive that I'm gonna come back later and go like, that was really stupid. Oops. anyways, I'm just kind of lining these up. Okay, so at least with this right now, again, we won't see this part, but at least with this right now, we've got a sidewalk that matches the road. We do this side here. It's probably easier just to, yeah, we're probably easier off just to go. Okay, let's see. All right, so let's just do this one here. It doesn't have to be perfect right now, but yeah, that's a problem. I should do, okay, so here's the thing. The way that I should be doing this is I should do merge by distance. Yeah, see, this is where you very quickly I realize I do something totally stupid, right? Like this. See, right? Here you have this situation. Oh, I'm just nervous to do it for the whole thing because I just don't know what it's going to end up. Okay. Good enough for now. I will fix this up, I promise. Okay. Let's not stress about that. Okay, so yeah, other than these like some weirdness down here, you know, which we can clean up after, we've got basically the sidewalk structure and we've got the road structure with this block. You know, with a bit of the sidewalk on the side, and then obviously this one is completely messed up, but this corner is gonna be the death of me. What happened here? Jesus. Oh, it's this stupid. Got it. Okay, it's a stupid thing. I should just be snapping it too. All right, and then okay. There's a bunch of normals and stuff issues there, but I think this is like, I think there's duplicates coming in, and I think it's just to do with, I think it's just to do with the crossroads, the fact that like there's a road here and a road here, and it picks it up in OSM is sort of the same thing. But I think for the most part, all right, other than we'll fix up those normals and stuff, I think we're okay. Okay, so let's just bring the buildings back. Man, this is gonna take way longer than I thought. Okay, what did I just do? All right. So why are those? Huh. This is going to be interesting. I always think like, oh yeah, this is going to be like super simple, and then I always, it's like, not like, I don't know, it's not like a panic, but like I think I don't know, I maybe it's like you feel rushed and you sort of just start to make choices, and then, you know, these are probably going to come back to haunt me, because what I really wanted to do was just do this all with like a geometry node setup, where I would just basically take the splines for the road and like duplicate it, and then create the sidewalk and kind of have everything connected. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, see, it's got, I think there's all sorts of probably duplicate geometry on this. And then we lost our sidewalk. What's going on with this? Oh my God. Okay, well, at least I don't know again what is going on with all these just randomly flipped. Okay. All right. What are we doing? Okay, so let's go. This is going to be interesting. I'm going to have to fix this all up. And I don't really know what exactly happened there. I'm worried that I'm going to have to go back when I go to texture this and fix that. Okay, so let's go. We got to do something on these buildings. I think this is going to be, I wonder if we're going to have the same situation. No, I think the buildings are pretty good. Okay, so from composition standpoint, let's sort of just like try to match these up a bit. So we're gonna kind of hit here, like I think like this. Okay, so we're gonna basically cut off that building, which is perfect, which is lined up with this. This building is, so basically this building here is this one, which we're gonna bring up. This building here is going to be this one, which we're going to do this patio thing. This building here is this one, which we're going to bring up. And then this building here is this one, which is going to match. And then I'm going to say this building, I think that's probably it. You know, we may end up cutting off this building, which is a little bit interesting because, oh yeah, this building is much longer. This is, okay, so looking at my map again, this building here is the tall one with the kind of the weird roof. This one here is that one, which is fine. We're going to fix that roof up a bit, or we might as well, we can do it now. Okay, so these two I think are fine, and then I think we're basically, this tall building is this one, which we're probably going to cut off in the render. And then this one though is, I think this is two of these buildings. Yeah, I think this is both this building and this building, which, yeah, it just looks like maybe they're just one building. They just have different facades. So we can split this one in half, maybe for the purposes of this. And then that way we've got kind of the two buildings here. And then this is the taller building, which makes sense, which is the one that lines up with that. So tall building, short building, short building. But these buildings are basically, they're a little bit less height than this guy. So I think what we want to do is extrude this up and bring it to probably here. So it's a little bit less than that. And they're just, they're either one floor or two floors. They're all standard in the OSM data. And then, this one is definitely kind of the tallest of the bunch. And I would say it looks like it's probably pretty much lined up with the building here, which is these. And then this building looks good. And then this building looks maybe like it's like maybe a little bit taller. Maybe it looks like there's a gap, maybe a building in there. I don't want to go too crazy with this, but I think maybe for the purposes, we could bring this building up a bit. Okay. All right, so let's start trying to get some detail into this model. So we've got a sidewalk. It looks a little messy right now. Obviously, I'll clean it up. So we can do all of this here, fix all. I think this is going to be all pretty straightforward. Obviously, we're going to add a bunch of textures, etc. The tricky part now is going to be to match this and this and get the proper data in. So I'm going to try something here. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but I'm going to give it a shot. So I'm going to just do the annotate, and I'm going to say, I think with the annotate, you can put it on the surface. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so basically we've got a pipe going up here that we've got to do. Then we've got now let's make sure. Why is that? Yeah, okay. And then we've got I probably should just get a geometry node set up. I can just draw these like this. I'm sure there's one. And then this building also is going to have, let's say, there's going to, I probably did that wrong. How do I erase? I don't use annotate very often. Okay. I mean, you can do polygon. It's probably not helpful. Okay, so we really need kind of one here. And then we need another door here. And then we need this same door. Oh, see, this is the problem, and I can't undo that now. Okay, so door here, door here, door here. That's the building. So those two are the same. Okay, so we got something here. And then on this last building, I would say there's a tall door right at the beginning, which is taller than, it's basically to the top of this building. And then there's going to be two small doors here. Okay, that's so that even though I don't know what I did there. Hopefully I can erase that one line. Okay. All right, and then on this side, what we need is this building, which is our tall, what did we do? We did tall building here. This is the double building. Right, so this is the double building. This one and this one. And then this building, how did I get that wrong? Yeah, this is, okay, so this building is way taller. I don't know why I did this like that. So this building is extruding up, and it's going to be basically probably pretty much outside the screen. It's probably the same height as, well, that one's super tall over there, but yeah, probably that's fine. Okay. So this building here has got the cool door. So this one's going to have our big door, and then we got a big garage. And then, probably this tall one. And then it looks like a big gap. And then right before the end of the street, we're going to do another door here. Okay, so that's basically what we've got. On the top of this one, I think we've got 2 of these above here. And then we've got balcony, and let's say door, window. And then on this one, we've got balcony, and it looks like, I don't know if that's a door or window, but doesn't matter for now. Okay, and then on this side, do we have any other windows? We got this little circle window above here. And then we've got on this building here, we've got, looks like we've got kind of 2 balconies and 3 doors. So it was called balcony, and then, I don't know, maybe the balcony's block there, but these are going to be identical. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2. This is it's 1. This one here is 1, 2, and this is a bad naming, but just for my own benefit. And then over here, this is a 1, a 1. These are going to be all, this is different. So these are going to be 1, 2. These windows are going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is a 1. And then these doors are, this is a 1, this is a 1. Okay, so that's the challenge. That's basically what I got to do. I've got to turn that into, other than what I just did there. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get rid of that. Yeah. Okay. So I basically have to turn that geometry into the proper doors. And then, yeah, I think if I get that in, yeah, we're like going to go way over time. That's all right. I've been kind of just feeling this out. So, yeah, I'm going to try to give this a shot to get these doors in. And then once I've got these doors in, then it's going to be adding the, yeah, basically I want to get the geometry right. The cars I'm not worried about. I've got a good car pack. I can drop the cars in at the end. That's no issue. I basically just want to get the geometry of this on the side. I don't know how much detail. I think when I get down here, I can kind of fake it somehow. But basically, I just want to get this main street stuff done, and then maybe grab the road sign, and then do the wiring, and then leave the texturing to the end. Okay. I think we're an hour in. That could have took me like 15 minutes. I really should have took me 15 minutes. But anyway, let's just keep moving. Okay. So first thing I want to do is I want to duplicate this, and then I'm just going to call this one backup before I start making these changes. I'm going to come up with a naming system for this stuff after. Okay. So I can kind of mess with these buildings now. I'm going to try, I think this is the tool I want to use for this. This is called Bagapie. And let's just for a second, let me just see how the pipe thing works. So this is, pop this in. It's going to probably do the trick. Obviously, we're going to change the thickness of this. Radius down. Looking at my reference, yeah, it's fine. Profile resolution. Oh, radius. Up. Oh, something's going on with my mouse with this. Every time I try to do that, it just jumps. Okay, so that's probably maybe a little bit smaller, 0.05. Okay. And then that's, I guess, offset. Okay, so it drew a curve on right on here, which is fine. So, okay, so then this is going to be offset, I'm assuming. Well, see, it's just jumping. Why is that not doing that? Okay, these are these, so I don't need many of these things. That's probably going to be fine for the pipe. Okay, so then let's leave that, and let's try to do a couple doors and just see what this looks like. So, okay, let's do a couple doors. So let's go, do we have a door? Do we have a door? We have windows, we have walls, we have columns, we have beams, stairs, floor, cable, no walls. That's a problem. Okay, let's just see what happens if we do a window. So if I grab a window here, what do we get? Let's go depth. Where's my reference? Oh yeah, this one's super thin. Okay, that's not what we wanted. Okay. Why that's not, why is it doing that? Why is it doing that? So weird. I mean, it's just creating a Boolean. I did a test on this earlier, and seemed like it was working really nice. And you know what might help me here is what might help me for this is separating out these buildings. I don't know if this is gonna help me or not. Yeah, then just to see, I'm just kind of trying to wrap my head around why that wouldn't work. Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, I guess I don't need the sides. All right, so we've got the building. Why is that not working? What the fuck? Oh my God, this is so funny. What is that? Why? If I draw that window, is it something that's like floating that it's trying to do this? Like it seems perfect, and then it's drawing it in the middle of the air. Okay, so I got that. Oh my God, this makes no sense. Hold on, music is gone. Stressing me out. There we go. Oh, I don't really want to do this, but I don't want to do this, but I'm going to just... How do I close this? No, I need that date. How do I close this? There we go. Just, I'm gonna just give this a shot and see if, I don't know, maybe this is just a better option. Sorry, I want to do the opposite. These all need to go. Yeah, right. That's gonna do that, but it's just the problem is I don't want. I don't really want to do this because it's like I'd be doing this to everything, creating all the booleans and then extruding everything in and making the door frames manually. Okay, let me try this one more time to figure out what the heck's going on. I mean, I can do it, it's just, it's going to be really annoying. Why would all of a sudden this tool that worked fine for the cables has a window? What is causing that to do that? What is happening there? Is it just, oh, actually, maybe it's working. It's just, oh, okay, it is, but why is, just don't understand. Okay, so it did, so what did it do? It brought in a window. Okay, so it does what I want. It brings in the depth. It drops a window in front. It's going to create the displacement, and then it's going to add a material. It's interesting. It's going to be interesting. I don't know if this is the right. I'm surprised they don't have a door. Okay, let's try this again. If I do this with interesting. I don't think I want to do this. All right, let's just try this again. Door. If we create it as a window, why they would not have, and then give it the thickness, what happens? Okay, so it creates a window. It's just this weirdness. So it does the Boolean. Boolean looks great. Why that looks like that, I don't know. But it does a window, and then if I take this window, it does a bit of a trim. Oh, here we go. Okay. There's offset, window size. It's just kind of like a trim. I just don't know why they don't have It's kind of still bothering me that there's no door. I swear that there was. Wall, window, column, beam wire, stair linear, floor, cable, wall brick. Let me just double check something. Just gonna search for door. Seems super odd, but I mean, door in the window is not that big of a difference. Let me just test this. So let's just say if I have this thing, I look at the material, so we have glass. So if I took this material and just replaced it with, let's see, if I just replace it with, well, let's just go new material. Let's just make it green. And just call this door a 1. Yeah, okay. So what do we get? We get trim. We get a window. We get something that is editable either through here or through this menu. We get an offset, which is fine. I don't know if that's going to necessarily help us. We get the size, which is like kind of the edge. And we get a bevel. So if I bring that down to 0, so now we've got a little bit of this. Okay, so it sort of can stick out a bit if we need it. And then we can change the size, offset. I mean, technically, we could probably move this, yeah, in and out, okay. And then the bevel is going to just create like a nice round edge. Okay, it's probably the best way to do it. I think it's hopefully going to not cause me too much pain. All right, so cool. And then, you know, we can change the textures for each of these, to the doors, the windows, to whatever we want. Okay, let's just roll with it. I wonder if it's easier if we just do more windows, and then we just do this one, which is going to be down here. Just do the same depth, it's fine. And then this one, I'm wondering is, can we just duplicate it? Right, so it took it as... Oh, we lost our camera. Alright, give me a second to just fix the camera. This camera may never come back. Every time I've done this in the past with the Sony cameras, if I run out of battery and I try to turn it back on, it just sits on this. Oh, there we go. Okay. I don't know if the focus is going to come back or not. There we go. Should be okay. All right. Yeah, so question is, we've got these different doors. I think they're going to be fine. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to. It's like, how do I edit this after? That's what I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around. Can I grab like... Okay, I guess I can do that, right? Oops. Something here that I don't know, like mess something up. Like I want to change this door. I feel like it's just going to screw it up. See? I'm just wondering if it's better for me to just create each one separate. Some just feels better to me about creating them separately. I don't know if that's going to be a problem or not, but we'll see. Oh, what did it do? I created them. What the heck? I don't know why I thought I should use this thing. Why is it creating them as... Why? This is the building. It's taken that freaking... Oh, this is so dumb. It's taken and put this... Like, it's done on all over here. Why? Don't get it. Seems like the pipe was fine. The pipe dropped the pipe in, but it's moved these buildings. That's what I don't get. I don't like the fact that it's taken these buildings and put them in, either it's like duplicated them, or it's just put it as part of its collection. Why is it in both? There's something about this I don't quite understand. But I feel like if I do this any other way, I have this building, why it's in here. I don't want to delete it. Why is it in here? This is, yeah, see, look, then the pipe is screwed up. Oh, this is so dumb. I'm gonna just have to hope. Okay. Okay. You know, you can kind of like see disaster about to strike, and you just like know it's going to be a problem, but you just don't know if there's any way. Like, I just don't know if there's any way around this. Just even, I think like just from like pure like just speed simplicity standpoint, this is where I probably just make a mistake to just overthink this. Like get the basic shape in, and then hopefully I can adjust it afterwards. What the heck? I think this, yeah, this door. Okay, so this one is basically up against the building, pretty much all the way to the ground. And it's gonna go probably to here, and then this one is, there's probably like a bit more of a gap, and then a little bit higher. It's fine, and then we've got this far door. There's a big gap. And then there's this kind of far door over here. And then we've got our two windows. Got our weird, I've actually got a door above that, and then so there's actually like another door. It's very weird though, because it goes like that. It doesn't, it's like, maybe it's just a perspective problem. It's gonna just be interesting whether I can do these, like whether I can adjust these after. Okay. I got the basic structure of that one. Okay, and then this one is our tall. This is our door. My brain is broken on why there's no doors. A little deeper on this one. And then basically the same thing. Okay. So let's get rid of this annotation for a second. Where is the annotation? Annotation. Let's get rid of it here. Okay, So what do we got? We've got okay, if I just go kind of bring this back a bit, you kind of see there's the door. You know, like again, if I can adjust these, there's just like some obvious perspective things like that first door is too high compared to the other one, but that's fine. The pipe is there, but I think what I want is, let's unlock this rotation. I kind of want to like, I think I'm going to adjust the perspective to kind of be a little bit more looking, because I think if this camera's probably in the middle, a little bit to the right of the road. What I want is like that perspective. I think I want to be a little bit off so I don't have to deal with what's beyond that pipe. And then I think we can always zoom in a bit and cut that door in half. I think that's fine. It looks kind of weird, to be honest. I think we're to cut that and then, yeah, I think that's fine. And then just like, we'll leave this part here. Okay. All right. So those are there. We're going to add a bunch of detail to those. Street signs I'm not super worried about. Building signs, sidewalk. This is going to drive me nuts with the sidewalk, to be honest. Okay, that's making me feel a little bit better. Okay. What do I want to do now? Man, this is like, it was so ambitious. Okay, let's take this one and let's extrude this. Let's fix this balcony situation. Okay, so what we want to do is let's extrude this up a little bit. And then let's take this balcony out. Then we'll put the railing on it, and then we'll inset this here. And we'll just extrude this a little bit. So we've got a little bit of an extra building there. So this one, let's do location. Yeah, I think this is definitely an issue with the Blender OSM stuff. I think it just kind of brings everything in a very odd way. It's not the end of the world, but to not be able to, oh, this one seems to work. Those kind of things don't really matter. Okay, so that looks fine. Railing across the roof is fine. this roof, let's take a peek at this. These roofs, we just need to add some trim. I'm not worrying about anything beyond these yet. I think these are going to be pretty straightforward. They can do that one roof here. I think if I just extrude this one up, honestly, I think if I just bring up probably switch this to I'm probably gonna dial in some lighting on this side here soon, but just for now at least. Okay, so anyway, there's a bit of a roof up there at least. Okay, trim. I can do the trim. I'm still nervous about what I did down. Oh yeah, what is going on with this? What is going on with that? Why is that way? What the heck? Why is that so different? Just a shadow thing? Oh man, that makes me so nervous. This is better. This is what I should have done in the beginning. Just gotten at least like a basic shader in here, and then, you know, I can, might as well just grab. So we're probably going to do something like super simple here for lighting, because there's really nothing in the sky. But let me just grab like an HRI that's kind of just like midday clear. Probably just like this. So is the reason, okay, so, you know, just to get like that basic lighting down. Now, the truth is, I think that like this will probably be, if I add in light, if I add in sunlight, and then switch this to here, and then flip this around. Just kind of curious what that day is. I mean, they always do these things midday, but you can kind of get a feel for, like, see that shadowing coming across? You kind of guess where the sun was based on this, and then, like, obviously if I bring this up more, this will be more pronounced. Like, you get the shadowing under there. It's probably more like this. You can get kind of an idea, and then the problem is matching this is probably going to be tricky. I think I'll probably just get rid of this for now. We'll match those up later. I think that's probably good enough for light. It's not perfect, but at least you get, like, it's not quite as defined, but at least you get some idea of what's going on here. Yeah. I mean, actually, can probably get away with this a bit. Yeah, you can tell by where that, see, there we go. See where that lighting is there? And then, there you go. That's actually pretty spot on. You know, you start to think of, like, where these shadows, because we want this one shorter. It's actually interesting. I don't know if you can get this. So this is July 21. I don't know if you can get any more metadata out of this, but if you could, I mean, I can get the sun position exactly for that location. Should be kind of a fun thing maybe to do at the end. Just dial it in, but I think for now that's probably pretty good. Okay, so we've got this in, balconies in. We got to put a railing on here. I could try that right now. This was that bag of pie thing I thought was going to help me again. It's called handrail. And this is going to probably be a problem. Let's just try it with the draw. I say I'm not super sure I like this setup. It's like, okay, what is it? Yeah, see, it's something about this perspective. It's like it's not picking up on the surface that I'm. Maybe that was it. Yeah, see, it's like going right through. Why? Like, what am I doing wrong here? This should be, I mean, you would think it. Don't really know. It's like what possible. I mean, there is like a bit of a X-ray going on. It's so weird. I never really ran into this before when I was kind of testing this out. It's like, see, it, okay, so whatever. It's creating a curve. it, but whatever. Let's see how this works. Here's the height. Can't do anything with the height. Like this is going to cause all sorts of chaos. Definitely those corners are going to be a problem. Okay, let's just see what we can do with this thing. Where is this stupid? Okay, so we don't want glass per se, but there's the size. Okay, so that's fine. We can change the material. So these things are okay. We want, that's offset. I think this looks okay. It's just we need those connectors. We really don't need those at all. We can just put them at the top. It's fine. We want the, where's the module line? I don't know what that is. Okay. That's the baluster. So these are, I think these are fine. It's like that rail in the middle. That looks good. It's just really, I just want more distance between these things. Oh, there we go. Okay, there's the module length. And that should probably fix that corner. That looks probably pretty good. There's 3 of these. Maybe even a bit more. There's only 4 up there, so there we go. Let's go with that. And then, I mean, who the heck knows how we're going to get that problem fixed? Let's see if we can get this. Can you just get rid of the curve on these things? I can't remember now. Let's see what that does. Yeah, I think it just has to come down to those, how long those modules are. That, like, eventually you get. I think that's probably fine. And we can just adjust. So it's good enough. Oh, there we go. There we go, that works. Okay, that does the trick. And then we can bring this down a bit. So it's over the edge is fine. Okay. that's going to do... I guess we could do probably the same thing with this. Just bring it so it's there. It's funny, it's just sort of what's the length of these things. Okay. We're gonna have to fix that anyway. It's like why it goes. That's what pulls it. It's like these things really can't go any further, it seems like. Why can't I get that to line up? I just don't know what's going on with that. Why is it like this? Why will that not follow? I guess I can always... Oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, it's something to do with just moving. I think that's good. Okay, or good. Rail, yeah, height's fine. That looks fine. We'll fix that pipe situation. That rail's fine. This is good. We'll fix the textures on that. Is going to be easy. The only thing we probably want to do is bring this whole thing maybe down. This is kind of just like a perspective problem, really. Just the height and stuff of this, which I'm sure we can just bring the whole thing down if we want. You know, we'll bring the rail down and this down to kind of match. I think it just might be, yeah, this might just be too high, to be honest. Yeah, that probably help a little bit. Okay. All right, this one's done. I do want to mess around with these things because they're making me super nervous. The way that these windows got done. I do want to probably test one to see if I can like make it look, how I can make it look adjusted essentially. Like say I want to adjust this one here. Do I have to apply it? What do I got to do? Okay, balconies. Do I do that same balcony thing? Do I do that same balcony thing with this? See, this is where if I applied these things, it would be useful, but I'm afraid to. Can't adjust them because what are they? They're these little windows. Which are like you can't. You can kind of do it. So you can kind of adjust them. just so nervous to mess these up. Okay, I think I should just do separate balconies. Are going to be the death of me. Okay, so if I do this building here, if I do this one, this one I think is like technically going between both of these. That's what it looks like to me. Maybe it's just an illusion. Fuck, I didn't want to do this, but oh yeah, it's going between two. I didn't want to move the camera, but okay, let's give this another shot. Let's just zoom in on this and let's turn off this annotation. Let's just try this thing again. Handrail. Yeah, see, it does the same problem. If I just set these up in the right location and then adjust the settings, it's going to work. Okay, so this is kind of good. We get rid of the glass. Oof, I don't know about these patterns. It's going to be painful. But let's just see if we can get, okay, so module length. So it comes down to how many, like if you have a lot of these, it's fine. It's just getting them on the corners. Okay, so that's probably pretty good. And then we get the height up, and then I'm guessing we can get, so we don't want glass in this one. And then that's the width. Oh, sorry, I think this is fine. This is the height. Oh, I remember this. So this is fine. They're just going around that corner. And then handrail can be a little bit thicker. And we want that to be square. And we can bring up, oh, okay. That's the curve resolution. It has trouble with that corner there. It's fine. It's good. Okay. Can I do something at the bottom? Interesting. Okay. Now, can I duplicate this? Or like, can I just extend this? You know what I mean? Like, can I just do another? Like, this would be the way to do it. Right? That should be hidden. Perfect. Okay. It'd just be interesting, like, what's the right approach to do this on this other side, you know? Still curious about these buildings, about these windows, like how I can edit these windows after the fact. Okay, how do I take this same rail system? Can I add a point? Okay, maybe I can. It's so funny. There's something with the settings that I messed up. See, it won't let you. Oh. Well, it's going to do them at the same height. Got it. Okay, so I can't do that. So how do I do another one? I like to keep the same settings though. All right, here's where we're at. I'm stubborn, and I did say, I was gonna do this in 2 hours. It was a good lesson, but I'm not gonna stop. I can't. So I think what I'm gonna do. I'm going to do is I'm going to just, I'll keep rolling with the stream as long as I can go. See if I can get this close to done. I mean, if I can get it just to a place where I feel like comfortable with it, it's not perfect, but you learn something and it takes me, double the time. It just will help me understand what's realistic. Now, if I did a different scene, would this have been okay? I have no idea. Right. So it's just sort of a learning process, but I like to, I'm not going to just stop here and say, okay, this is it. So, okay, what I would want to figure out is, can I adjust these points without causing damage? And it seems like I can't. Like I can. Okay, so it causes weird issues to, okay, so it's probably got the points, and then it's creating the Boolean. Yeah, it's creating, okay, the weld, the displace, and the wire in the bevel. Okay, so it's doing all that stuff. They're all connected is the issue now. Okay. Did I go too far on this? I did. Okay. I need a railing here. I feel like I messed up a setting here. System, navigation, zoom to mount. Yeah, there we go. That was what was missing. So just it zooms into where it was, where that is. Okay. We need a balcony up here. Oh yeah, we need to do these ones. Why? Like, what? Why? What am I doing wrong here? I've never had this issue before with the draw tool. It's always just done a really good job of hitting like on the geometry that you're on. I don't even for a second understand why. Like if I was on this and I wanted to, let's just do like if I just do a normal draw. That's no, that's. I just don't get it. Like it's drawing it way the heck. It's like one of those, you know, Blender things that you just do without realizing it. I'm just gonna go see what I can find here. Is it the snapping? Still happening. Always on the ground. This is like this is like such a typical Blender or like 3D art thing, which is like you do something 100 times, you're fine, and then you go to, you know, you're trying to work on something and it's like this thing just does not work. And it doesn't seem like anything I can do. Like, see that right there? So this is the annotate tool, right? So I annotate on that, it's perfectly on that surface. Why, when I do that draw tool with this, like, what weird setting, you know? This works. So it sees the object. Why? Maybe it's just that tool. Maybe it's just that tool. Because the fence wants to draw it on the ground. Still doesn't make sense though, because what if you had plane and you had it up here? And you're like, I want to put a fence on it. Interesting. me try something. So if I did this and I add a curve, edit, see that work like that? Okay, so if I take that curve now, let's go add curve, Bezier curve, and let's go, let's go draw. Okay. So that worked, and then let's take this curve, and then let's apply the handrail to it. Aha. Okay, I got it. Okay, so it's just this. I just need to add a curve. It's actually kind of annoying because, I mean, if I want to do, let's just see if this works. Well, I'd like to just copy this modifier. Can I do that? Oops. Nope, did not work. Okay. So, J, handrail. No, why does that not work? Now let's try it. Now it's going to work, I think. Actually, now I think I can do this. And then I can think I can do copy modifier. No, of course, right? So technically, it's not, again, not the... Okay. Handrail. Alright, cool. Alright, get rid of glass. I wish there was a way to quickly... Oh my god, glass. Height. Module length. Fine. What did we do? The horizontal thing. No, I don't even think we need it. I'm not going to be able to get those patterns. I might have to. I could probably find a fence somewhere like that. It probably would have been easier to do. Come to think of it, probably just having these simple booleans in here and then just going and looking for like a door asset was probably be a smarter way to do this. Okay, let's try that with this one down here, because this is our big door right here. Okay, so let's work on this one. So let's just say, for argument's sake, that we turned off, what is it? So I think if we turned off didn't even get a proper boolean. Oh, okay. I see what it's doing. So I don't quite understand about this one is what was the difference between this object up here and this object? Like, what happened? You know, I'm almost tempted to just apply these. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a problem. What if I was disabled? Looks like it's not, though. This is so stupid. So dumb. Just Okay, I'm kind of just in experimenting phase at this point, just to think of the best way to do this. One way is just to like crop this thing up. You know, just kind of do it manually. Back to my hatred for like modeling. You know, how much is that going to crush me, right? You know, it's like not a Boolean, not where did I see the windows? Windows. It creates some kind of messed up geometry, but So let's like look at this one. So no, it's kind of the same situation. For some reason, these ones worked fine. Like 50-50, like this one didn't, this one did. And this is, I mean, generally this was like, this is my experience with, you know, this is my experience with the, with Booleans in Blender. It never, this is probably like, definitely for next time, this is like, you know, pure, like a really, you know, it's like a really good exercise in you know, what is the right way to do this stuff. You know, if I'm going to do a bunch of these. It always gets interesting, right, when you're getting into like, what do you do here? Right? So you could do this. You could do this. Right, and bring this up. And then you could take these two and set them. Bring them back. Cool. I mean, I think this is probably just like looking at it, especially if I use my not that it's super helpful, but like if I use my annotation on this, it's almost not even useful. Just trying to think how I would do this if I, okay, I shouldn't overthink this. I just, I was, in my brain I was thinking like, how would I do this again if I had to start over? Like in this case, again, because we're not dealing with any like anything interesting inside the building, you know, we're really just dealing with this is a bit of a problem. Why can't I get... This is an interesting thing, and I don't know if this has to do with the fact that this is separate. There's got to be a way to just like fix the see, I can't get them, like I can slide them like that, but why I can't get them on. That did it, I think. Anyway, this doesn't have to be perfect. So anyway, so this one here, you know, then we just inset it and then drop it back for the door. This little door here, inset, scale it down, drop it down like this. Shorter door. And then we do yeah, okay. I think I know how I would do this now in the future, which is good. What I think I would do is so like, you know, basically these buildings don't need to be together, right? I should have just split them, which was stupid. I should just like split them into two buildings, even though they're look kind of attached. And then it just, you know, the doors and stuff just can line up better. Because like I don't want to adjust, you know, you don't want to create too much geometry here, and you know, you bring this up and then, you know, it just sort of gets a little bit messy, but it's fine. So there's our door. There's our door. Good lesson. So doors. Right? But like you can see, like if I just went and did this and just did it perfectly to, you know, to eye kind of thing, I think generally I would have got here really quick, right? And then, you know, I could have just, you know, easily, again, so even like the building heights are different, right? And just get the basic shape of this thing, get the texturing in, and then, you know, afterwards go and add bevels and all this stuff. I think that was the way to do it. Just be really, really, just kind of break the building up like I was adding a texture to it. Right, so you get building like this, you can isolate this building, and then, you know, it's like, okay, we've got, you know, add another one up here, add another one right here, take these two together, extrude them back, and we got our window. I don't know what happened to our balcony. Probably at this point. You know. Oh, yep. This is the way to do it. Okay, well, lesson learned. Lesson learned. You know, like look, this build, like look at this one here, right? It got, you know, this door, and then, you know, I could have easily just taken this. Okay, just get rid of these modifiers, right? This is going to be a heck of a cleanup. But, you know, now you look at this door, right? Bring this up. Oh, figured those were connected. Those are not connecting. So dumb. So stupid. Okay. Right, so, you know, hit the height. The height of that building, drop another one in for the height of this door, you know, go, you know, even just segment the building like that, probably do it, add one for the bottom, grab this one, grab this one, you know, grab this one, inset. I'm so annoyed with myself. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I did that wrong. Now these things are. I remember a trick. I remember a trick on this, and I don't remember now what it is. I mean, this just might be. It's so funny. You know, you start out like, all right, I'm organized. We're laughing, you know, but then you quickly realize, like, oops, why? Oh yeah, yeah. You realize, like, no. Right. So that's workable. And then, you know, I can essentially just, well, actually, hold on a second. I'm trying to remember this. If I do, yeah, this is not going to matter. Well, actually, right. Yeah. This thing is still showing those windows. Right. Get rid of all these things. I don't remember how that happened. What the heck happened with the shading on these things? I don't understand. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at this when I texture it. What happened with this whole thing? Even something is like totally trippy here. And like the distances between these things. Something about this road just is a problem. You may end up just redoing it. Okay. Okay. Buildings. What's left in these buildings? Oh yeah, this one here. Okay, so let's see what this building is. Got 2 doors. This one. Oh man. You really can. I don't do a lot of building stuff, but now this like starts to make sense to me a little bit. Because if the buildings are pretty much aligned, you could probably do that, right? And then you can just sort of say, okay, like this and this. Well, let's just get rid of, well, it's kind of nice to have them. And then I guess I have to do this normal thing. So, you know, if we go, use this building, this one, and this one, by individual. What is it? Bounding Rock Center. music is so appropriate right now. Right, so we've got, this is kind of tripping me up if I have these in here. Okay, so by just looking at that reference, this is useless. Oh. So this is the floor. And then we want one for those two bottom doors. Again, you know, if we kind of divide this thing up, it's like, okay, halfway. Okay, so let's say that one's halfway up. And then there's going to be one here for this door. And there's going to be probably one there. And then give this door inset. Oh, is there? Right, there's two. Oh boy. Right, and then okay, so inset, extrude in, these are fine. This one, so all faces, inset in, extrude in, so it's fine. We do the corners, and then the windows start, this is the halfway point. So we'll start the windows here, and then they're probably good here, or whatever those things are. They're doors. There's three of them. Again, these doors are probably not perfectly set up, but close enough. All right, so there's our three things. Our rails should be fine. Let's get rid of these things. Just kind of adjust these. Hopefully that's going to be okay. Worry about these. Good enough. This down a bit. Okay, so two things I'm just taking note of is like origin points and like rotation for these things, and just not doing the buildings, like not doing Boolean stuff with these buildings, like just doing it, just making geometry match. especially with like reference and stuff. Like I know there's other ways I could have done this. I could took a photo, brought this in with like what's the tool called, F-Spy, and then probably like matched all the perspective perfectly. But I like the idea that I've got like all the proper dimensions and everything is all in here. Okay, so when I'm looking at this, I got, oh, I need a balcony here. I feel like I can just grab one of these. I wonder. Let's just see if I can get away with this. It's like the thing that makes me nervous about these modifier stuff is like, you know, like if I want to change this, what happens, right? Okay, so let's do a quick check. We've got gate, we've got this, we got 2 windows, we got our 2 back windows, we got our back door. We've got a bunch of stuff on this side that looks fine. We've got our front door. Oh no. Oh, come on. Come on. Totally got my entire camera messed up because I did something with that locking. Like it shouldn't have changed that much. Okay. I only had rotation set up. Yeah, it shouldn't have been able to move. Perspective. Okay. You know, it's actually interesting because the perspective of the street view is probably more up, right? Like probably more up on a car like that, and like it does make an impact. What I was trying to do, oh my god, why would that do that? I'm trying to switch this up top. It's like, see, it's like trying to take my, okay. Let's do this. Let's duplicate the camera as a backup. And let's just lock everything. Okay. So what was I talking about? Okay. So yeah, I was trying to change. What I was trying to do is change the view up here. And I don't know why it's not letting me do it. Trying to change this. It's just like a little bit worried about what was going on over here. I mean, these should be all fine, but okay. You know, a few little things like, you know, putting a railing across here. Again, I don't love this thing. This thing is so stupid. Where did that go? Gone forever. something I did, like I just definitely screwed something up. I don't know what it is. You know what I would take is a preset that just like takes a curve and just lack of sleep, I think. Like, you know, just wonder if you can do, I guess you can't just bring in a vertex. I feel like this thing is not going to be happy. Let's see what happens. Kind of worked. Right, so it wants to be... It wants to be flat no matter what is the problem. It doesn't have... Like, they don't have the ability... They don't have the ability to handle like the guardrails being See now, look, explain to me what's going on here. Right? Something I'm fundamentally missing, and it's going to come back to haunt me. I can just tell it right now. Which is like, look on the left, on the right. It looks good. That's in the right location. Why on the left? Why on the left? Is it up? Is it this road? It's something to do with this road. Like it has something to do with this road, and I cannot figure out what it is. I mean, luckily I can pull these I haven't, like, the nice thing is I haven't moved anything. It's just like it's something that's optical illusion with the way that I did these, the way that I messed that road up. Thank God it looks fine here. Okay, let's try. It's really interesting. Like I should be thinking a little bit more in terms of like what would heights of this stuff be, right? Like what would a typical handrail height be? Man, I want to do this again so bad. Which I guess is a good sign. It's like even like just the little subtleties of like this would be just so much easier. You know, just to get right. Like just little details like that will help a lot. The other thing that I realize now that potentially is an interesting thing is building. Because what's happening is the buildings were being shrunk wrapped to... Hey, sorry. Yeah, no, I know about F-Spy. I was just explaining earlier why I don't use it for this. Because the problem, well, I can explain it if you're just jumping in. So, like, the reason I wouldn't use it for this is a couple things. Like, one, this is not like a static photo. This is Google Earth, or Google Maps, so I'm moving this around. Obviously, I'm picking this location here, and it would probably work. The issue is that, like, I'm trying to make everything to exact scale. So this is using data from OpenStreetMaps. So every building is the exact height, the dimensions kind of there. So yeah, from a perspective standpoint, definitely like I would lock that in with like F-Spy, but I don't think it would, this could be an experiment to try. I don't think with the way that the actual building data and stuff is in, I don't think it would work together. I've used F-Spy a bunch for other stuff, but just for this, I don't think. Yeah, well, not Mapbox for this. For OpenStreetMaps, Mapbox for like Mapbox for satellite data, which I'm not really using for this. It was just sort of to get the location. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I could try it, but I don't think it's going to do what I want. Because like this location of this camera, you earlier in the stream, you would have seen like basically like I've got this lined up. This exact camera is in this exact spot, right? So, if we right? So there's the OpenStreetMap data. There's literally the buildings. This was the random location from Geoguessr. So you can see there's like first building there, and then the second building, and then the actual camera location, you know, is showing like arguably middle of the street, but like I would say pretty accurate to right there. You know, we move it forward, it goes to there, we move it back. So I didn't have a choice here. This was the random location that was generated. And then we switch this over to, yeah, so even like switching it to July, you can see it drop back a little bit. So we're kind of in the middle of that building. So I think I was one more back. Yeah, so one more back. So this is my composition here. So yeah, we're just at the edge of this building and that building. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so see, like I put that camera right on, like it's dead center. So yeah, your suggestion is really good, in the sense that F-Spy will 100% help with, will 100% help with getting perspective right. But I think, like, I actually think, you know, sort of going back in time here, but like realistically with this, like I just did this wrong. Like it just did this wrong from the beginning. Got all the data in, everything was right, the buildings were right. What I should have done is separated the buildings. I should have just literally looked at each building, and I could have moved the camera if I wanted to, right? I could just like literally look at the building and be like, okay, like that's the building footprint, and just split it, and then set up all that, and everything would have been perfect. And then the roads, which is a little bit trickier, I screwed something up with that, but that would have been pretty straightforward. And then like at some point getting past these, you know, into the perspective, like all these buildings are right and the perspective is perfect. It's just the question of where these doors are is really just like, I don't think it's that big of a, it's not that huge of a deal in terms of like it being perfect. But essentially, you know, as long as I looked at the building and kind of lined it up, you know, and did like, okay, what's the typical width of a door? Like just had a little bit more precision from the beginning, it would have had it pretty dead on. Now though, I think I probably messed this up because I brought one of the buildings in the backup. Yeah, like I think it would have been pretty close. And then I was just saying earlier, like it's just a matter of like where that camera is on this car. And again, could have done this pretty simply, which I could have just looked at the camera and just said, all right, like what is the actual height of this camera compared to the ground? Right now it's at 4 meters off of 0, but I would say, I don't know if I could actually measure it from this, because this is going to be obviously elevated. I don't know how well this is going to work. You get the idea though. I could have got it. I could have got it to like the height of a car. Could have dialed it in pretty damn close without really doing anything else. And then that really would have been it. I don't think there would have been really much issue. It would have been pretty close. It was just like little nuances about like where these buildings were. Like I could have went up here and looked at like this and realized like, okay, there's just like, okay, that's just a texture thing. There's the door there. There's a thing. I mean, yeah. I just messed up the beginning by trying to do this with this stupid bag of pie modifier that I tested before and was working really well. Anyway, thanks for the suggestion. Okay, I need to just do a couple things here quickly. I want to really fix the street, and then I think I can start to texture this and then just start to add the detail. I just really need to figure out what happened here with this street. So let's organize myself a little bit. Let's look at, so yeah, there's the city block, right? Okay, so these were the primary buildings, 1, 2, 3, 4. So these are actual buildings that I modified. So I'm just going to go new collection. Never know why that doesn't work. Oh. Okay, so these are OSM primary buildings. Okay, so these are my 4. These are we're going to say these are background buildings. Okay. That leaves all the roads. And this is a building backup, which I'm going to just get rid of. I don't need. Okay. So we're down to a road situation. Let's try to fix this road stuff. Okay, so we have 2 copies. Let me get some music back. This was Blue Mist. It was if you pop back at some point, just take a look at the beginning. This was totally a random spot from Geoguessr. So it's sort of a little bit of a process here. Okay, let's go back to this. All right, what did I do with the roads? All right, let's just turn them all off for a minute. Okay, so we've got our terrain. We're fine. No issue with the terrain. Okay, then let's go into the roads. It would be interesting though, Blue. I'm still thinking about it, like whether FSpy would help. I don't think it would. I think this, because when I was originally thinking through this, I was like, okay, this is gonna, the perspective is gonna be really close. The issues that are gonna come with the perspective are the doors and the windows, and I could have just done those a little bit better. Still thinking about it now. The other thing I realize is that what'll happen with these buildings is the entire envelope of all the buildings are going to conform to the terrain, which is great because they're going to actually, but I think, no, actually they're fine. All the buildings are flat. So, they're good. Some of them are going to have like gaps at the bottom and stuff, but that's not an issue. So they're actually all good. So that's not a problem. So now the question is what's going on with these roads? So this is going to be OSM roads. No, sorry. Where are my roads? Okay. I'm tempted to just bring the roads back in, but I think I have the right. Okay, so this is a curve. It's all the primary roads. Curve that's secondary, and then this was what I was. Okay, I'm gonna just get rid of this. Okay, so I have 3 curves. This is the primary road. Secondary road goes across. Okay, I think I'm gonna try a different approach. I think I'm going to use this. Yeah. Okay. Let me think. So if I convert this to mesh. No. Okay. What am I thinking? Just convert this to mesh right now. Let's just duplicate this. Let's just duplicate this. And then let's go object. Convert to mesh. Get rid of this one. And let's go look at what we got. Wait, did that not work? Object. Convert to mesh. Okay, so here's what we got. So this is fine. So I basically got a bunch of columns all the way down. Yeah, all the way down, and then forget this secondary for a second. So this is the road. Okay. I think this is what I want. So then I can just quickly bevel this, modify this, and then really the only issue is, which is what I think I messed up before, is down here at this lane, we obviously don't want a curb. So we can fix that. Oh, see, this is what was weird. There we go. There we go. Okay, I think that's going to be clean. And then we can just go in, get rid of this. There we go. See, that's what I was running into issues before. Oh, man. And I don't know why that happens. Blue Mist, do you do any modeling like this? I always run into this issue, and I don't actually know what I'm doing wrong. Just everything looks great, and then I go to just like connect a face like that, and it just goes nuts. So this is like kind of an interesting issue, right? The road is like this, and then this building, but really that's just dropping these buildings down. And you really need to get this shortcut back on my mouse for the 3D cursor. Yeah, but watch. Okay, so just you tell me what you see. Okay, so see this right here? So if I want to take this, right? I just hide this building for a second. So watch, I want to basically make a face out of that. So what I would do, yeah, like I would just extrude that down. Now I have 4, but see, as soon as I do that, see how it just changed, like it just changes the normals or the shadows of that? That's what I can't figure out. Oh yeah, maybe, yeah, because it is, oh yeah, you're right, because it's generating the UV map from yeah. It's a good point. So I think like let's go see what the UV map is right now. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. So I mean, I can. This is what we're gonna get that. We're gonna change that completely after. Okay. So if I do all this out of curiosity, if I do all this, and then yeah, unwrap it, still doesn't fix it though. Something else is going on. I know the UV thing, but something else is going on there, and I don't. I've had that happen to me all the time, and I got to research into what's happening. Yeah, it's just the way that is, because I don't know if it actually makes a difference on the actual rendered view in the UV. It might just be the way that this is being previewed. But I'm just like nervous to mess that up again. Okay. Either way. So even like, yeah, even the way that this is like presenting itself over here, there's nothing showing up from a shadow standpoint, which is so weird. Yeah, see, like, that's what I don't get. What is causing... The other way that I wanted to experiment with this is... Okay, let me just try something here. Append. I was also trying to figure out some different ways to do this. Active, third party, rows. Where's my rows? Yeah, that's a good point. I like your attitude. I like your perspective. Don't worry about it till you're actually going to do the texturing. Good point. Okay, we're going to try just a different idea here. Oh, where did that go? I don't know what just happened. All right. That going? Oh, okay, it's there. What the heck? Two options. Okay, I'm gonna try to texture this road and just see what happens, and then I can rest easy, decide which way to go with this. Okay, so truthfully, what I want to do is I want to get rid of everything that's not in here. It's not even helping me. Yeah, I do this so different. I would have done this so different. Okay, let me just test this for a second. Alright, what do I need? I need some type of actually, let's save it here. What on earth did I do? Okay, so what happened? Never in never, I don't think ever in my history of using Blender have I ever seen this happen. I have a mesh in preview mode. In preview mode, it's completely fine. In the render, there's no texture. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. Okay, this is not the right texture, but at least I friggin' forgot I did that. That was so dumb. Okay, I need the right road texture. Let me just go on a little search here. I'm gonna have to take a little break here. Here's the washroom. It's late here. It's gone way longer than I thought, but incapable of not just getting this done. So, complete failure again in terms of the challenge and the timing and all that stuff. But I think, you know, I haven't lost my confidence here. Realizing maybe the scene that this was and just being smarter about the process and realizing like how much time I wasted, well, one, explaining this, but also just on some of those dumb decisions. Yeah, that was so stupid. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, use the washroom, regroup, and then I'm going to start to texture this thing and start seeing how this looks. And then, yeah, that could take way longer than I realized. So, yeah, I'll be back in probably 5-10 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go for a little while longer here, and yeah, see how far I can get, and then I think I'll probably not going to be too much longer, and then I'm going to pick this up probably tomorrow and just try to finish the scene to some level, and then we'll call it episode 0, and then I'll look back, reflect a bit, timing wise, kind of figure this out. Whether this is actually realistic in like 2 hours or I need more time. I mean, the time doesn't really matter. I just wanted to put a cap on it, for myself, so I'm not, here for 6 days working on this. Yeah. What I'm looking at now is I had this texture, and I think it's like the way the patching looks, it feels right for this road. Obviously I get rid of the line in the middle, but I can just Photoshop that out pretty easily. So I'm just kind of looking at, maybe I can get the patching scale right on this. And then find like a clean spot. And then I can probably go play with the I mean, it's probably going to be pretty decent. Got a bit of the patching. I can add a bunch of detail to this. The repetition, though, is not right. I don't like that. I just realized that. Repetition's a problem. Now, if I got rid of... see what happens if I just get rid of the... I really like this texture, though. I don't even know where I got this texture from. Because I don't have the rest of the stuff for it either. Let's see if I can search. I'm just going to see if I figure out where I got that texture from. I don't have... oh, polygon. Can I just pay for that? I feel like I had this. Let me just double check. Materials. I had a whole set of polygon. Yeah, this might be it. Oh, this is sidewalk. Okay, hold on a second. This is the texture. I definitely want this one. I don't know though what's gonna happen if it's repeating. This almost like needs multiple textures just put together. Like this one is, I don't know what the deal with this one is, to be really honest. I'm not really sure how that could ever actually be a road texture. That's not going to do it. me see if I can get. Yeah, I don't know the deal on Twitch. I should just stop streaming. Let me turn it off. Yeah, I can't figure it out. It must be a restream issue. It's working fine on YouTube, but Twitch is dead in the water. So yeah, I'm gonna kill the Switch. Kill Twitch. Sorry, sorry about that. I missed these chats. Okay, give me a second here. Okay, so yeah. Oh, so Acme. Yeah, it is it Catania, as I say it? So you can see the location. So you like have to flip back in the stream. But this was a random game of Geoguessr. And there was 5 options. One of them was this spot right here. And yeah, what's it called? Paterno, Sicily. Yeah, totally random. And then I went and got all the, get all the data for this. Yeah, just been slowly putting it together. First time trying this, so made a bunch of mistakes and sort of rethinking a lot of the ways that I did all this. But yeah, it's annoying, but yeah, it's a work in progress. And then Ojorono, I can't pronounce your name. If you could switch, if you're, I don't know, like if you can switch to YouTube, if not, no big deal. I'm gonna just, I tried resetting it, nothing's working. So yeah, I'll probably just stop the stream on Twitch just because it's just obviously causing issues. So I'll stop it on Twitch, but yeah, you can check out YouTube scores if you want to jump over there. All right, I'm going to kill the Twitch stream. Okay, where were we? I was trying to get a texture for this, and I accidentally bought a year subscription on Polygon, which was not what I wanted to do, and it's very expensive. So I either have to just try to cancel that. I don't even understand how it got there. I went to buy it, and then I thought I was paying for a month for 17 bucks, and it just somehow flipped me to a year. I was just trying to buy this one texture, to be honest, and then I was like, okay, well, I'll just subscribe for a month. So where did it do this? Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, I know. I'm using that. There's not a, I wish I could just show you. I don't have my screen set up for this. I'm really annoyed by that. That's a bit of a scam. It was set on $17 a month, and then I clicked it and it jumped up to yearly. And like I'm doing it right now. I'm literally on monthly, and it jumped it up. That's so deceiving. I hate that. All right, I'm going to try to find this texture otherwise. I just want that one texture because I know that one texture would work. Yeah, so on Quixel, I've not been able to find a patchy road. All the roads are either just like, you know, random textures of like kind of rough asphalt or like a proper road. I have not been able to find one that looks like it's like the one that's in front. I'm looking now. I should flip the stream so I could see this. I mean, I have so many random things. Like I also have like Kitbash 3D, which has got textures. I'm looking at that right now. Ooh, sorry. I'm looking at that right now. And I don't see any. Like they have one texture that looks okay, but it's just not. It's damaged. It's just not. It's that patchy. It's like a patchy. I wonder if I just type in patchy. I don't think so. It might end up having just blend two together. I'll try a couple different ones here. Yeah, I agree. But there is one that I had is actually, other than the fact that it, like, check this one out. Other than the fact that it's repetitive. Not this one. This one is really solid. So I was thinking I'd just get rid of that middle road, and it's not bad. It just repeats itself a lot. You probably won't be able to see it down there, but even just on here, that's pretty good. Like that's not. Let's go back to my road. Like, yeah, it's not perfect, but you know, it's a good start. I just don't have all the other like textures for it. I don't have. For some reason, I don't have like all the. Like, I want to do any displacement or just like bump normal. Like, I don't have any of that. And I was going to get that from Polygon because I found that texture on Polygon and it's actually a good texture. And now I'm annoyed because if I download a texture, then I'm basically admitting that I bought it, and then I definitely don't want to pay it was like $300. So I just jumped quickly. No, I'm not going to do that. It's so annoying. You can't buy a single asset. You know what's funny is I had a Polygon subscription. You know what? I had one from before. Let me just download this one. This one I'd already purchased, so I don't feel bad about it. This one looks pretty decent. Sorry, I'm just. Let's see if this works. I still have to get Photoshop with the line. Okay, this is not bad. I'd say probably like somewhere like that, and then let me see if I can get rid of. Get this probably okay. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna see if I can I'm just gonna get that line out of there. I'm really annoyed by that polygon thing. You know, it's funny, I probably don't even need to do this. I could probably just use the like roughness texture or something. It doesn't even probably have it in there. You probably can't see what I'm doing right now. I don't have, fortunately, I don't have the full screen going. Let me see how well this works. Not very good. My brain sometimes can't understand Blender. I just photoshopped this file. There's no line in it. It is literally sitting here with no line. Why? There's the file. What happened? Oh, is it maybe... Nope, none of those. It's like, what is going on there? What possible reason why would that... No, I mean, I just checked it. It's not coming from any of those other ones. There's the JPEG. If I just do a new printable BSDF, and I literally just take that texture, drop it in, what happens? See? I don't understand. It's literally that texture is right there. That's the texture. No line. No line. No. Oh, it's pulling it from that. Okay. False alarm. You know, you think like you're just getting screwed by something, but truthfully, it's just you're dumb and you don't. How did I not see those other lines? So I adjusted the middle line, but not. My brain didn't. I need to cut this stream soon. So I cut the middle. I wonder if I can cut. Just see how hard it's going to be to cut these out. Okay, I think that's a good start, and I'll add the texture paint and stuff after. And yeah, just I'll mix in some other textures, but at least it's good. Okay, so now let's go here, and I do have a good sidewalk one. I think. Let me think about this. I can blend the sidewalk in, or I'll just put it as a new texture. It'll be a hard line. Is it going to matter because it's in the corner? What is the UV situation on these things? Oh, it's going across. Okay, my brain's broken right now on this stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit. Man, I'm going to quit. I'm going to quit. Man. So interesting. My conclusion, I'm not quitting like forever, like on this project, but yeah, I think there's just so much time wasted and then so much silliness around just like thinking through the right way to do this. And I think like I gotta have a process down for, I mean, it's just going to take time. Like I have a process down for like streets, you know, more outdoor landscapes. Like I have that pretty nailed, but I just think I have to have like the basic process pretty much scripted out to be able to do this. And it, you know, it's just like anything else. It's like you kind of like do this stuff. It's like, okay, it makes sense. And then in the moment of doing it, it's like everything kind of falls apart. Like I'm even just like looking at this road and going like, this is so stupid. Like this road itself was like the dumbest thing. It should have been so simple. It's a straight line. Like it's literally just a straight line. Yes, like this thing is like, it's conformed to the landscape. It does move. It's not like exactly straight. It's pretty straight. But it's just like, why? At the end of the day, it's a straight line. Right? Even just like the way that sidewalk got done. I mean, it should be very, very simple. Like to just basically take that, get rid of all that other stuff, put this in just like an absolutely simple texture, What is that? Just drop below. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm calling it. I'll be back. I'm going to take a look at this probably tomorrow, and I'll keep streaming and finish this off. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. I gotta get a few things in order to get this done right. Okay, thanks for everyone that joined. Appreciate it, and yeah, I'll be back at it. I'll just call this episode 0 part B when I'm back in. All right, guys, thanks.